Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Trading Capital's daily live stream of the market open. Today is currently the last trading day in the month of February, so should be some increased volatility. Obviously, the volatility today seems to be to the upside, so we're actually seeing the markets having quite a substantial rally to the upside this morning on the back of jobless claims and on the back of, more so importantly, the PCE numbers. So markets are taking in the fact that consensus for PCE inflation came in line roughly around 2.8%. And that seems to be the Goldilocks number, and markets are ripping. So what's interesting about that is that's still inflation that excludes food and energy, the two most basic human needs. And I really think that it's kind of an overzealous reaction. People chasing. You did have dollar and yields fade off of the highs, so that's providing an extra boost to the overall equity market. But at this point in time, markets are rejoicing to the extremes on the back of low inline inflation expectations. Now, believe it or not, I'm actually interested in taking a couple faded plays. If you're going to look at this on the Nasdaq's actually filled this gap in the pre-market. But now I suspect that better resistance is going to lie. If we take this high to low move, I'm looking at this 618. I think we can push all the way up to there, but that's kind of my fading area. Your pre-market high on the Qs actually came all the way up to this zone here. So we're actually going to just put this yellow trend line as our pre-market high. But there should be really good resistance at this 438 zone. Small caps are outperforming. Oil slightly green. Markets will be gapping up today. You can see NVDA is also pushing up. So let's look at the SPY as well. Actually, let's look at small caps. We'll keep the Qs and small caps on watch. Small caps actually in the pre-market have come all the way up above this pivot high. You can see right now we're into that pivot zone at the moment. So it's going to be a big indication whether or not we can get above that and stay above that zone. Because if you do, then you're on watch for a little bit of a technical breakout on the Russell 2000. But we are set for a really big push to the upside. Really big push to the upside today. You have the Russell leading the charge. It's already up 1.59. SPY's up 0.32, lagging the market. Qs are up 0.6. Semiconductors are catching a big bid. Dollar has weakened and gone negative. Dollar's really just sitting on the daily 200 and the EMA 113 on the daily chart. Oil's trying to move up here just a tad. Bitcoin's still remaining strong. Again, in terms of the longs chasing this zone, it's difficult to chase this market when it gaps up so substantially. So I think the smarter thing to do is wait for some sort of a pullback into support, and then you can look for long entries. Unless you're long already, it's difficult on a risk-reward basis to chase this. I'm going to keep my eye on today on the likes of Coin, AMD, Bitcoin, and then the SOXS. A couple other charts I have open: Nat Gas, Oil, XOM. I think Nat Gas can still retrace back down to 184. That's a day tradable buy level. So still had Apple announce that they're dropping their car, switching over their engineers to the electric vehicle that they've been working on for the last 10 years. Their concept vehicle, they're moving all of their engineers to an AI team. So, I mean, usually we see anytime a company announces AI, especially the mega caps or magnificent sevens, you usually see it absolutely fly and rip. One stock I think that could push up higher today is Tesla. 207.82 gap fill looks likely. We have 2 minutes till the open here. Markets will be gapping up. So we're watching the Russell and the Qs. Qs are into a 618 resistance point at the moment. There is a ton of resistance here on the Qs. The dollar is trying to catch a small bid. I think the bigger short level on the SPY, I think SPY can actually push up to about 509 today. Maybe we get a small intraday pullback initially, but I do think that 509 can be a likely target. So let's just see if we push up at the open, or if we start selling off, profit taking. But it does appear that as long as the dollar remains muted, we can look for buys on the pullbacks. So Q's on down below, Russell down below, up above. We'll watch both of those charts. All right, markets are open, guys. Markets are open. Good morning, Ram. Welcome to the stream. Thank you. We're seeing Apple ripping, Google holding steady, Microsoft holding steady. Indices are in fly mode. They are trying to fly here. Russell's coming in just a tad. Nothing too crazy. AMD is still really strong. Guys, I'm going to short Coinbase. Looking at coin, I am going to fade coin here off this 206 level. All right, I just got filled at 206.03. 206.03. I did get filled. It's a starter position on coin. 1/4 entry. Apple's flying here. So we are short coin. Let's see if we can get a somewhat of a pullback. Bitcoin still remaining firm. I do expect coin to retrace back to this 203.84 zone, but we are getting a push up right now. We'll add at the high of day. All right, I just got filled at 207.82. 207.82 brings us up to 206.93 short on coin. 206.93. Next add levels at above 209.80. We are seeing Bitcoin continuing to surge. Small caps are still holding firm. Coinbase is continuing to rip on us. All right, I just got filled at 209.80, and we're still squeezing. Still squeezing. Average is now 208.60. Wow, look at this monster move. We did hit a high of 215.78 yesterday in the pre-market. And now we're absolutely flying. Qs are seeing a little bit of sell side pressure. Nothing crazy. Next ad level on coin is going to be a pierce of this double top. So just slightly above 212 if we can push above. I am seeing small caps starting to weaken just a little bit. Still very, very strong. Still very, very strong. I am seeing semiconductors catching a minor bid. The SOXS, still watching nat gas. All sectors are green today except for healthcare. Healthcare is kind of teetering back and forth. Let's look at the likes of Eli Lilly. That one's coming in pretty sharply here. Let's look at UNH because that had that big move down yesterday but got bought off of the lows. Let's look at Mara because Mara had that nasty gap down. So I think we'll see if Mara tries to flip positive here. Still currently negative, so coin is diverging. Bitcoin's still pushing up. Microsoft's reversing. NVIDIA is still remaining firm. Let's look at the QQQ chart. Qs are still pushing. All right, guys, I'm short the Qs here. 439, short the Qs. 439, starter position, short the Qs. 439, I am short the Qs. Let's see where the next ad level is. Basically, I mean, really only at this previous pivot and this little double all-time high double top. So we're still holding a short on coin, a starter position on the Qs. NVIDIA's ripping, Google's still ripping. Bitcoin's still firm. Apple had a massive candle to the upside after it was negative in the pre-market. NVIDIA's outperforming up 2.5%, lifting the semiconductor complex as a whole. SPY is coming up into 509 resistance. So S&P is coming up into 509 resistance. That resistance can be observed by a retrace to this neckline. So look at that. A retrace to this neckline is a shortable zone on the SPY. I'm still writing the QQQ just because it's a little bit more of a leveraged play, in my opinion. Still seeing the Qs remain strong. Again, next, it's starting to move quietly off of the lows here. It is starting to move quietly off of the lows. And notice how where the support on the dollar lies. We keep testing this daily 200 and EMA 113. Let's look back at coin. All right, so Qs are starting to come in a little bit. Still watching XOM. Those 105 calls are almost in the money. They briefly touched 105 today. So I know there's a few people holding 105. KBH calls flying. Nice job, Ram. Nice job. Home builders remain strong. Those XOM calls are starting to print as well. Google's ripping. Microsoft is starting to weaken just a little bit. Tesla's starting to weaken. But the semis as a whole remain resilient at this point in time. IWM just made a new high of day, so small caps are still showing resiliency. Small caps are still showing resiliency. Actually trying to break out today, small caps, believe it or not. All right, we're in the money on the Qs here as we are falling just a little bit. Your pre-market highs is 438.29. I see a likely retrace on the Qs at least to this previous 438 zone. But really, if we look at the chart, we're above that 618, so that'll be first support. If you lose that, I think that you retest this little bit of a gap window, that previous gap fill. So that's a bearish gap that was open, and we've gapped above that. So that's actually a bullish gap up at the moment if we hold it, if we hold the daily chart. So I am looking for us to hold it. All right, guys, protecting Coin is starting to fall a little bit sharper now. Coin is starting to fall a little bit sharper as Bitcoin is putting in its first 10-minute reversal candle. So Bitcoin is putting in a 10-minute engulfing, bearish engulfing candle. Nice little sell-off there. Let's see if it engulfs it. Sorry, I was on the 5-minute chart. I'll flip back to 10. It was an engulfing candle. On the 5-minute chart, it was appearing to be an engulfing candle. Lots of volume coming in here. So back to the QQQs. So again, some of the largest stocks trading the most volume right now are Mara, Vanny, Sound, Tesla. First 10 minutes of price action is coming here to a head. The NASDAQ is still holding resiliency. IWM's at the highs. SPY's still holding pretty strongly here. Apple's reversing. Nice move down on coin, guys. Nice move down on coin. Let's see if we can get some more action. Coin did start the day with a 10-minute topping tail. We're getting a retrace now. Let's see if we can get some more downside. Again, we're in the money on coin. We're in the money on QQQ. Just 2 trades on the docket. Again, anybody in those XOM 105 calls, good morning, Briston. You should be printing. Let's look at KBH as well for RAM. Yep, KBH still holding this gap up. Technical breakout on KBH is being observed. You do have this beautiful rounding formation, which does suggest that accumulation has been observed for the last few weeks. So that should continue to push higher, especially if you look at rates. I mean, the only thing that would dampen that and stop KBH and home builders from going is if rates got a significant spike to the upside. Obviously, with the data today, rates have come in pretty fair. They haven't been putting pressure on the market. So that's certainly a positive. We are seeing Bitcoin retesting 63,000. QQQ trying to gain a little bit momentum and push higher. All right, guys. Coinbase is looking for a new low of day. Starting to come in pretty heavy here. Starting to come in pretty heavy. We'll see if the NASDAQ wants to also break down. Guys, I'm putting a, just so this trade doesn't go against us, I'm going to put an in the money, a slight in the money stop on coin, which is right at this 208.42 pivot. So slight in the money stop, just because I don't want coin to get a big pop since it is a momentum based trade at the moment. We want to just be cautious with this name. Even though Mara is negative, so you're likely going to see coin show some sympathy to the downside. Mara has rebounded though off of the earnings gap down. It was down about, I think 12% at the lows on the earnings. So it has certainly paved the way to try to gain some more upside momentum. You are seeing Russell starting to come in just a tad now. All right, bigger drop coming into the picture. Bigger drop coming into the picture. We are seeing Palantir coming in pretty sharply now. Coin still. I'm moving my stop loss down on coin now, guys, to this pivot zone, 207.52. So we're locking in at least at least over $1 on the trade. So that's really good to see. Quick, easy, $100 guaranteed. I have 200 shares short right now on coin. So, I mean, that would be $200. So I have 200 shares short on coin. They're coming in a little bit more. Qs, we're in the money as well. So I'm going to put an in the money stop loss protection on our QQQ trade. You know, if we get stopped out, it won't be that impressive of a win, but it'll still be a win. Buy me a nice little sandwich or something. Come on, coin. Give us a nice flush. All right, so Qs are retesting the pre-market high, which sits at 438.26. Nice move down, guys. Nice move down coming into the picture. We are seeing a lot of things being sold into. Healthcare is the only sector negative at the moment. Healthcare is the only sector negative. KBH in the money, 35% expiring March 15th. Yeah, I would start looking to maybe trim a little bit, but then leave the rest running. Leave some runners on that trade. That one's looking pretty spicy, the home builders. I mean, even if you look at, say, ITB, look at that gap up on ITB. Same, very similar chart. I like KBH's consolidation pattern actually a little bit better. Let's see how Mr. Softy is doing today. Mr. Softy regaining the short-term moving average, still underneath this bearish little neckline. I think Microsoft becomes a fade in and around this 410, 411 zone. There could be a shot where it pushes up into that zone. You'll have some resistance at this heavy reversal pivot. At the moment, Microsoft is pushing up. Microsoft is pushing up. QQQ is looking to stop us out here. We'll see if it does. Indices are catching a minor bid here. Google, new high of day. Amazon's pushing for a new high of day. Tesla's starting to weaken here. So we got a decent print on the Chicago PMI. So they seem to be giving us good data, good data. Coinbase did not react well off of that data. I'm going to move my stop down to now 206.52. 206.52. The stop has been adjusted. So now I'm locking in about $2 per share. All right, bigger drop. I'm moving my stop down on coin, guys. Now at 205.38. Look at the sell-off, guys. Look at the sell-off on coin. All right, guys, I just covered a coin 204. 204 cover. Bang. That's how we do it. Now, that's a little bit more than a sandwich. I just made about $900 on that trade. In the first 16 minutes of trading, we covered 204, so that's a nice $900 win for myself. Anyone that took that, congratulations. I'm still writing a QQQ short. Let's look at that Russell 2000 because that is the best performing index at the moment. I'm going to adjust my stop down on Qs, guys. 438.60, 40 cents, locking in 40 cents. If we get stopped out, don't stop us out. You know you want to go lower. You know you want to go lower. All right, Bitcoin's losing 63,000. That's kind of one of the reasons why you saw coin sell off pretty sharply there. Eli Lilly's putting pressure on the healthcare stocks. Let's look at this Tupperware brands. There's probably a whole host of small caps. I haven't even looked at my short squeeze list, but I'm going to pull that up right now to look at all of the high short interest names, because when you have the Russell outperforming, you're going to get some pretty big moves. You're already seeing AI up 20% on earnings. That one could squeeze, has a high short interest. Plug Power up 10, AAOI up 12.7, Fisker up 1.8. Where's Carvana up 2.5? Kind of a high risk trade on TUP, but I believe it or not, I could see us retracing into this 140 vicinity today. Still holding short the Qs here. We are in the money with a protective stop, so good job on that trade, guys. Good job on that trade. NVDA is starting to reverse now as well, so I think there might be a little bit of a trade in the semiconductor bear ETF here, guys. So I think there's a bit of a long trade forming here. Let's see what action we have unfolding. 1 minute chart, 2 minute chart. You also have nat gas trying to form another base to break out. It was red in the pre-market, now it's green. Oil and energy are ripping here. All right, QQQ stopped me out there at 438.60, so 40-cent gain on the position. Good job on that trade. So we're out of all of our trades at the moment. Now I am seeing potentially a little bit of a reversal pattern forming on the dollar. You really need to start curling up here. That's going to put pressure on the overall market. If we do, Q, SPY, Russell, all positive on the session. SMCI is up 5, NVDA is up 2, AMD is up 3.2. Bitcoin slightly green on the session. Let's look at that S&P. What about the Qs again? Or sorry, the Russell. Very interesting. Let's look at Palantir as well. This one appears probably wants to go back down to gap fill. Another momentum-based name looking to potentially weaken here. So 2 for 2 trades today. 2 for true. Question, when you short a stock, do you buy puts and do you pay a premium for that? Most of the time when I say short, I am shorting the common shares. I'm actually a much better common share trader than an option trader. So just a little heads up, I'm doing a little bit of recognizing my strengths and weaknesses. My winning average in the options market is much less than my common shares position. So whenever I call a short or long, it's always just common shares. I always differentiate whether I'm taking a put or call position. But just to let everyone know that I have a much higher batting rate on common share positions, just like what we took today, right? Win on the Qs on common shares, win on Coinbase common shares. Now, obviously, if I'm leaning, say, a short on common shares, you can look for put positions. That's up to you. Or if I'm leaning bullish on a trade where I go long, you can look for calls that kind of will mimic the same outcome. But I usually differentiate, and most of the time I'm in common shares. I actually don't trade options that much in comparison to how much I trade common shares. But again, I'm recognizing a strength, I'm recognizing a weakness. I do get chopped up in the options market more so than my common shares. So hopefully that helps, Ram. Just try to be transparent and honest here. All right, so just back to the swing of things, yields down, dollar down, gold, silver up, all mega caps up on the session. Whoa, my Bitcoin chart is showing Bitcoin up 21%. What kind of a glitch on TradingView is that? It's showing Bitcoin on the daily session is up $10,900. Holy shit. I would not be shorting coin if Bitcoin was up 20% on the session. That's definitely a technical glitch. It's not up that much. All right, so the dollar is trying to form that little inverse pattern, guys. That little inverse pattern. So it's trying to form a right shoulder. So I'm going to short the Russell here, 205.63. I just got filled, 205. This is a high risk trade because the Russell is in squeeze mode. It's seeing capital rotation, people chasing it higher. But we're going to start a short here, 205.63. You can kind of see we're above that double top zone, trying to break out. Oil's pushing up. XOM 105 calls there, Ram. They are in the money. Nice job if you've taken that trade. That is a beautiful, beautiful win. So 205.63 short the IWM. That's the Russell 2000. I do have a shortable level on SPY, but it's above 509. It's above 509. NVIDIA, Google absolutely flying to the high side here. Absolutely ripping to the high side off of the Qs. Dollars trying to flail here and break down. Let's look at the Qs again. Qs are pushing up on the back of semiconductors, so NVIDIA ripping back. NVIDIA is ripping back. All right, so we're in the money on our Russell. Google's still at the highs. NVIDIA's still charging. Guys, I'm going to short NVIDIA here if we get above 796, 796. All right, I just got filled at 796.20. 796.20. It's a starter position short on NVDA. Next ad will be at the double top, intraday double top. Intraday double top, which sits at 799. Let's zoom out here to see what other resistance we have. You have a bunch of pivot tops here. And then we have finally this little high pivot zone up here. Russell's coming in nicely, guys. Russell is coming in nicely, so that's good to see. I am seeing the dollar trying to put in that small right shoulder. It is trying to curl here. You have your left, you have your head. You are trying to put in a right shoulder here to show a little bit of bullish reversal. Russell dumping more now. Again, the dollar is weak, so this pattern can definitely fail. We've already taken 2 for 2 winners today on the session. So again, I'm going to talk my own book here. If you're interested in a swing trading and day trading service, definitely check out my website above, tradingcapital.ca. You'll have access to all of my insider trade alerts, direct trade alerts, long short positions, track insider buying and selling, do a lot of sector rotations, daily analysis videos each and every day for our members. So again, right now we took profits on a QQQ short. We took profits on a Coinbase short, which acted extremely well. And now we're just riding a Russell short and an NVIDIA short. Both are in the money at the moment, but I still expect. All right, so that inverse head and shoulders on the dollar failed. It is losing critical support, but despite it losing support in that right shoulder, you are at the double bottom on the day. Again, big resistance on the S&P sits at 509. Microsoft is coming into some resistance at the moment. Tesla's trying to firm up here. Stocks are making a new low. The SOXS still holding this Russell short and an NVIDIA short. Already closed 2 winners today. Anybody else looking at anything that I haven't really mentioned? I mean, I'm still looking at some of these high short interest names. They do look a little squeezy. I trade on Robinhood and I don't see an option to short a stock directly without buying puts or calls. Yeah, I'm not familiar with Robinhood's platform. I don't use Robinhood. I use Interactive Brokers, Questrade are my main platforms. I have access to TD Ameritrade and RBC's platform as well. So what I'm seeing is out of the mega caps, Apple's actually still lagging. It's still lagging the mega caps. That's a little concerning because it still has a heavy weighting. Meta making new highs. Tesla's also lagging. Tesla could put pressure on Amazon. If Amazon starts to lag simultaneously, then that XOY ETF will definitely come under pressure. NVIDIA coming in just ever so slightly here. Ever so slightly. Let's look at FSR, because I remember that one did trigger that breakout. the basing formation. FSR is almost at that upsized target into that gap zone. Let's look at Carvana, CVNA. That one's lagging just a little bit. AI is probably grind higher all day long. As long as the indices stay elevated at these levels, AI has the ability to just keep pushing up. I mean, you're into some resistance here on this consolidation, but AI now looks likely that it's going to push for this gap fill at the minimum. So if we get a dip on AI, this one could be, I mean, I didn't even see that dip intraday. It was a little bit too slow. We were looking at coin and the Q short that we won on. Let's flip back to NVIDIA. What's this VLCN? VLCN. Never heard of it. Actually, I have. Vulcan Inc. Yeah, I have. Yeah, so I mean, this one probably could push up on a high squeeze name. Russell trying to move up here. A little bit of Fed speakers coming into the picture. High risk trade, guys. I'm going to go. Actually, let's just suss things out here first. We'll just be patient with this name. Just trying to see if there's a proper risk to reward setup. So if Vulcan retraces to this pivot, I'm going to go long. I will go long if Vulcan retraces. Microsoft's starting to see a little bit of sell side pressure. Nothing crazy. Just a little bit. Let's flip back to NVIDIA. Just looking at some of these momentum names that are up pretty sharply on the session. Vulcan up 58. Plug Power's up another 10% today. Let's take a look at that one. I know there's a deep pool of shorts stuck in this name as well. So if that one's starting to break above any sort of resistance, you do have this higher low. One could argue maybe an inverse head and shoulders, left shoulder, head, right shoulder. A lot of shorts in this name. So, I mean, intraday upside move, your big liquidity supply zone is basically in and around this range. So I could see Plug Power pushing up there today as long as we stay elevated. So keep that ticker on watch. I am interested maybe a long on Plug. High short names. Again, a lot of the short names are just squeezing today because the small caps are up pretty sharply. What about this IONQ? That one's a name on the short candidate list that's actually down sharply, and it's because it's earnings. I guess it had earnings, and it is seeing some shakeout. Believe it or not, I actually like this shakeout for a potential long trade. There is a scenario here where I could see it. Russell's pushing higher here. Russell is pushing higher. Next short level is at above 206. 206 Pierce. Actually, even maybe a little bit higher, like 206.07. Let's see this IONQ. A little bit of a bear flag forming. Could go lower. NVIDIA trying to push back up as well. Russell's pushing. The dollar did have a big capitulation candle down. Now on the daily chart, you're losing the daily 200 MA on the Dixie. Not a healthy sign for the dollar market at this point. Still above the neckline breakout, but definitely showing some signs of weakening. Bitcoin's losing 63,000, so crypto stocks are probably still going to be under pressure today. Russell made an impulse green candle right into double top. NVIDIA is starting to come in just a tad. AMD is still super strong with SMCI. Natgas is slightly back to the negative side. AMD at double top, 185 is a nice short. It's had a straight shot move into that zone. So I do like AMD short side, 185. So keep that on watch. Bitcoin's still coming in just a little bit more. Small cap strength continuing to push again. In the pre-market, IWM hit 206.40. 206.40 was the high in the pre-market. So there is a shot that the Russell can actually get all the way above that zone. You know, you have a big resistance pivot sitting at 206.55 on the Russell. Coinbase appears like it wants to go negative as BTC is selling off a little bit more now. A little bit more. BTC has sold off from the highs. Potentially did put in a little bit of an hourly topping tail intraday today, which, you know, is certainly a strong possibility because it's had a stellar move. You should see some profit taking, but you know, that would put Bitcoin roughly trading back at the 60,000 psychological number. If we break this little neckline, that's the if, right? If it doesn't, if it bounces and holds, then we can keep grinding. You know, at the moment, things are still really strong across the board. Apple potentially putting in a lower high. NVIDIA trying to push up just a little bit here. Russell seeing a nice rejection on the 2-minute chart. Oil's starting to push up again, guys, so that's still consolidating bullishly. Oil's still consolidating bullishly. All right, guys, AMD double top is incoming here. AMD double top. I am exercising a short here, guys. AMD at double top. Come on. All right, guys, I'm going to pull it here. 184.70. I just got filled 184.70. It's not the exact double top, but it's close enough for government work here. You can see AMD has had a stellar move into this double top zone. So we are short AMD and NVIDIA at the moment. And the Russell. Russell were in the money. NVIDIA were flat. Actually, we're slightly green on NVIDIA. So they are selling the Qs here. The Russell. Nice pullback on AMD, guys. Nice pullback on AMD. Anybody that's in us right now, we should see more downside on AMD. Let's look at some of the support. You do have some support on AMD trading around that 183.86 zone. That's your previous pivot high resistance. All right, AMD is blasting through double top with complete strength. It did blast through double top there. Heavier volume coming in. Let's look at this daily chart extension move. Quite a nice technical breakout occurring. see if there's a little resistance trend line here. So we're in the money on NVIDIA, slightly down on AMD, but it's a 1/4 position. It is up 5% today. It is up 5% today. Nice down move coming into the Russell 2000 here, guys. We're also still holding an NVIDIA short, so we're now picking on the semis. NVIDIA is falling nicely. I do expect AMD to also fall pretty sharply here. Let's see. All right, we're seeing a bigger sell-off in the Russell small caps. Again, you'll have a couple different support levels on the small caps. We go to the larger term time frame here, and you can clearly see it is trying to break out above this pivot, getting rejected right now. If you get rejected, you're likely going to push back down to this zone here. And then there is that gap that you gapped over. All right, so we're in the driver's seat on all of our trades at the moment. We're in the driver's seat on all of our trades at the moment, guys. This is a good position to be in. It's a really good position. All right, I'm going to start protecting the Russell with an in-the-money stop. Let's see if we can go 5 for 5 today. In-the-money stop on the Russell, guys, is being observed. I'm putting a stop loss on NVIDIA as well at the 794.97. Look at the Russell move, guys. Moving stops down to 205.15. Moving stops down. Let's take a look at AMD here. AMD, actually, I'll pull it up on the bottom screen. I want to keep that Russell 2000 chart on watch because it is moving quite sharply here. But if we look at AMD, look at that move, that reversal off of that double top. That's a thing of beauty. That is a thing of beauty. Can we get an hourly tail candle forming on AMD? That would be pretty something. That would be something special. QQQ losing pre-market high. All right, guys, I'm going to move my stop down to 204.94 on the Russell. Now we're locking in a nice chunk of change here. A nice chunk, at least 70 cents a share. AMD I'm still holding. Tesla just went negative on the session. So now we're starting to see some mega caps wane and weaken here, guys. Wane and weaken. Moving my stop down on the Russell. 204.87 stop is in place. We're locking in 76 cents a share. 76 cents a share. Come on, baby. Give us more. Give us more. It's been a really good day for us, guys. So again, please hit the like button down below. Share this stream. I'm continuing to be on these live streams, providing free alpha. All right, Russell just stopped us out there for a nice gain, guys. We are out of the Russell, still holding an NVIDIA short and an AMD short. So we're picking on semis. They have been the bright spot today in the market with the small caps, but definitely seeing some weakening here. So 796.20 is our average on NVIDIA. 796.20 is our average, and our average on AMD is at 184.70. 184.70. And again, I'm going to put I have that protective stop on NVIDIA in place. I'm going to actually adjust that to 794.08. So I'm locking in again another $2 per share at the minimum, or just over $2 actually per share. So I have 100 shares short in NVIDIA. I have 200 shares short in AMD. Tesla's getting demolished. Look at the SPY sell-off. Whoa. Look at that dump, guys. Can we go negative on the S&P? They're going to do the infamous gap and crack on us. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. It almost appears that they're doing that old-fashioned gap and crack. They suck the liquidity out of the shorts. They crush all those options. They get people feared up and bulled up on small caps trying to break out of a massive multi-year range. Could they do the infamous gap and crack? The markets have every reason to stay elevated and charge higher, guys. But we are seeing some slight weakness creeping in. Likes of Tesla down 0.5% now. Bitcoin appears to be wanting to go negative today. Coinbase is already negative. You have Snowflake down 19.5%. Still a lot of strength in the market, but it does appear large positions are being unloaded into the strength of this gap up today. So it's something we just want to pay close attention to. Still holding both of these short positions. In the money stop on NVIDIA. No stop loss on AMD yet. Today is the last day for the teams to finalize and get their prediction accuracy on Predictogram to the highest ability possible. Right now, my team is in first place. We are in first place, so that sets us up for a nice potential prize pool win. Team Bullish Wolves are in first place by about 0.3%, so that'll be really nice to see if we can hold these gains. I'm actually increasing our average today. So far, 8 predictions. I'm batting 76%. We're actually batting 100% so far on the live day trade stream. And then I have a bunch of more predictions that will be coming true on Predictogram as they've already hit my targets. So I should see my average up to about maybe 85, could be even 90% today. But right now we are still holding short NVIDIA and short AMD. We've taken profits, already 3 winning trades today. Massive win on coin, made about $900. I'm going to make about 200 guaranteed on NVIDIA because it'll stop us out here. Still holding. And then AMD, I'm trying to see if AMD can retrace much, much lower. Still holding NVIDIA, didn't hit my stop yet. That's a tight stop. It's a hard stop. That's 794.08 zone. All right, let's play ball. Come on, keep going down. So yeah, we've already almost, we took a huge win on the Russell as well. That one paid pretty tremendously, but coin was the big one today. So again, guys, please hit that like button. We're looking like we're going 5 for 5 today. Last 2 trades are an NVIDIA short off this 796.20 zone and an AMD short off this 184.70. So I still think that there's an opportunity here for the markets to bounce just off of pure momentum and strength, but I do think that we have an ability based off of the sell side pressure to even do that gap and crack theory. Now, obviously, the market's gapped up on the confidence that inflation is being tamed on the PCE side. You know, when you look at PCE, that excludes food and energy. You know, I always hate that metric because why do they even look at that? Like, do humans not need food and do humans not need energy? It's more of just a rigged data set to actually, I believe, pump markets in a certain direction. And that's what we've seen today. I mean, PCE comes in line at 2.8%. 2.8%. NVIDIA just stopped me out there, guys. So another gain of $2.13 a share. So nice job on that trade. Let's look back at the Russell because that's still the best performing indice at the moment. Still super elevated. You're into some support here. I'm still writing an AMD short. Let's actually look at the QQQ as well because, again, you're seeing some distribution in Microsoft. You're seeing some distribution in Tesla. Google's now coming in. Meta's now coming in. NVIDIA had a nice bounce back up. I am interested in reshorting NVIDIA if it pushes above 797. So above 797. But Microsoft's coming in pretty sharply here, guys.
I see 85 on that line. It's got $14.88 from 85, 369, something like that. Just 85 something.
So we'll just keep that QQQ chart up.
And I'm also doing $51 call March 1st.
Close to me. Guys, if the markets go negative today and lose this gap up, that's a very bearish change in characters. Why would it be bearish? Well, first of all, losing a gap up of this magnitude is just inherently bearish. Secondly, you have a weak dollar. Thirdly, you have weak yields. And finally, you have the VIX, which is getting crushed today. So you have all of the tailwinds possible. You know, when I do my pre-market plan, I look, okay, what headwinds does the market have today? What tailwinds does the market have? And there's really the big four that I look for: the VIX, the dollar, the yields, and oil. And right now, oil is up. Then you have yields down, which is another tailwind typically for the market. That's why small caps are doing so well today. And then you have the dollar down, which is another tailwind for the market. So you have all of the scenarios lining up for a bullish market price action. And obviously we're still holding positive gains, but you are seeing some pullbacks off of the highs. And realistically speaking, I mean, you know, you're still technically at this resistance. Look at where we hit today on the hourly chart. If I look at this parallel channel, take a look at that. Beautiful channel. We retested that channel to a perfection. It's just amazing to see how these channels, if you use them appropriately, can work out so well, which is why we shorted, you know, coin, Qs, Russell, NVDA, AMD, and we've banked. AMD, I'm still holding. AMD, I am still holding. Mara down 11.18%. Let's see if Mara wants to put in a little bit of a base here. Maybe we can do a little bit of a long trade on Mara just off of pure momentum in the Bitcoin space. I'm going to try it, guys. I'm going to try a little long on Mara here. Let's see if we get a little bit more of a dip, and then we can try it. So this is going to be a starter position. Just like AMD is a starter position, we only have one entry on the short side. It is starting to push up above us. Next ad level on AMD is going to be around 186.25.
Trims up some average, jumped up to 92.
No, not today. I don't think SMCI and NVDA are going to crash today. I would just caution you using that word, crash. It's a very it's not a probable outcome, right? I know we all get caught up in, you know, these past events, the GFC, the dot-com bubble, the COVID crash, but you know, statistically speaking, if you're betting on that price action, you're not going to, more times you're going to lose. You know, crashes are very rare. So to be positioned, you know, for a crash, a so-called crash, is just statistically very rare, and you're likely going to get chopped up and spit out by the market. So just a word to the wise, I'd caution. I know FinTwit and human nature is to remember the bad events because we don't want to be hurt again. But, you know, humans should be more optimistic. I know we all want cheaper asset prices, cheaper stocks because stocks always go up, but I'll just caution you with that word crash. It's a very, very statistically unlikely scenario. So to position yourself and just basically hoping is not a good strategy. Now, obviously, I do think stocks can pull back, but the likelier scenario is a pullback versus a crash, not a crash. Obviously, we could wake up tomorrow to a black swan event, but I try to base my things around statistical probabilities, and a crash is not the likeliest statistical probability. All right, guys, I just bought some Mara, $26.99. I just went long Mara, $26.99. Starter position, we are long Mara, $26.99. We've been waiting on this point patiently. I'm just hoping for a little bit of a breakout here on Mara. And I'm doing it because I am seeing Bitcoin curling up. I know crypto stocks have been under pressure lately, but coin went red and then flipped back green. So that's showing a little bit of signs of potential that we could see Mara at least make a little bit of a bounce, an intraday bounce here. Bitcoin still is strong on the session, and so are small caps, and so are the markets. All right, AMD, I just got filled there at that 186.25 zone. That's our second entry short, so it puts our average up to 185.48, 185.48. So we are long Mara, short AMD. We've already taken 4 other winning trades. So these are our 5th and 6th trade of the session, and we've already closed 4 winners today. And they've been pretty decent sized winning trades. So again, definitely check out my tradingcapital.ca membership where I run a swing trading and day trading service. As of now, these streams are free. I have been getting more and more interest. I'm going to keep them free for the time being, but there might be a scenario where I integrate these live streams into my membership option. And perhaps the members that are already showing support may get some sort of special treatment or privilege.
You're talking about WW.
Give it the program, okay?
Yeah, I'll do better next time. I flipped. Sure. Yeah, 30 was the spot that I was worried about.
So the dollar's trying to peak up here a little bit. Bitcoin's still above 63. Microsoft pulled from the highs, only up 0.13%. Tesla did go briefly negative. It's slightly green, back to the positive side. Coinbase back to the positive side. Mare is just floundering here, potentially forming a right shoulder. You have had oil dip negative. So now you have 4 tailwinds for the market. Oil negative, VIX negative, yields negative, dollar negative. These markets, in theory, should absolutely fly higher today. But right now, we're not really seeing that. Your analysis on Boyle and KOLD, if someone has just bought them. So it sounds like Ram just bought. So obviously that is natural gas. So Boyle, long nat gas, levered play. KOLD, short nat gas, levered play. Intraday 2-minute chart, very short time frame. You're getting a little bit of a lower high, higher high, lower high. Looks to be a little bit of a head and shoulders forming on the 2-minute chart, which suggests a little bit lower price action. 10-minute chart, consolidating right now, very choppy and sloppy, consolidating in the lower to midpoint range underneath the key moving average. Looks slightly bearish. Hourly chart, still holding above that key critical 186 support zone and potentially forming a nice bullish flag consolidation. So the hourly chart remains a little bit more bullish. 4-hour chart holding above that EMA 113. A clear breakout has been observed and confirmed on the 4-hour chart. Daily chart, just an inside bar consolidation. Really, I think natural gas is probably just going to be stuck in this range, just chopping somewhat sideways for maybe a couple days. That's what you want to see. You want to see nat gas just build a nice little base off of this 186 zone, and then that would have an ignited move to about 206 and then about 225. You know, typically natural gas has these wild swings because a lot of traders chase the momentum, they get overzealous, and obviously nat gas can push higher. Is there nat gas inventories today? Let me just double check that. That actually could be right now. That's why we might be seeing this pop up. But I think nat gas inventories just came out. Yeah, natural gas storage just came out. Consensus is for 86 billion, drawdown 96 billion. So it's a big beat. So nat gas inventories, the fundamental thesis remains stronger now. The inventories are showing a greater demand. So, I mean, nat gas is getting a nice pop here, guys. Nice pop. Thanks for bringing that up, guys. I'm going to go long boil. I'm going to try it here. I might get chopped up, but I'm going to go long at 1801 just to see if we can catch a quick momentum trade off of positive results. I am going to keep somewhat of a tight leash on this trade. You know, I don't really want to see it lose, say, this pivot zone here. You know, hopefully we can stay in there. But I'm long boil off of 1801. You will have some resistance here at 1835. There's a nice little gap fill sitting all the way at 1887. So again, as I was talking, you know, about nat gas, the inventories came out. So that was good timing on your part, Ram. Really, really good timing on your part.
I don't think that noise is me, Joe, when you're going through it, whatever it is. I hear it
AMD, we're in the money now. That's starting to come in. Mara, we're still waiting on Mara. Nat gas is ripping. It's now at 192, guys. So a nice move on nat gas. It is trying to break out here. Just made a new daily high. Boyle's kind of lagging, though, right now. I do suspect Boyle will catch up. But at the moment, it's kind of lagging natural gas, which is certainly interesting. It's very, very interesting. So we're long Mara, we're long Boyle, and we're short AMD.
You got a good roll in there. Oh, yeah,
Come on, Boyle. Push up. Push up. Yeah, Boyle, you're nicely in the money. 1773. Nice job there.
50-50 maybe.
Can you go through nat gas? 2 minutes to report. Yep, Mavi, we're just doing that right now. We took a nice little long trade on Boyle. It's out right now. Can we still go long nat gas? The spike might go to 2. Yeah, I do think you can still go long nat gas. Full disclosure, I am holding a UNG position, which is actually in the money with my members. So we are long UNG off of this 1582. It's a fairly sized position in our portfolio. Still have maneuverability if for some reason it goes lower. But it's not too late, in my opinion, if you're a long-term hold. Swing trade, I mean, it is even at a decent swing trading level. I think we're close to a short squeeze in nat gas. I do think we're close to a short squeeze. Microsoft now coming in just a little bit more. Dollar's trying to firm up quite substantially here. The DXY is trying to firm up quite substantially. Still holding a short on AMD, a long on Mara, and a long on Boyle, the levered play. You know, I still think there's a strong chance Boyle can make a push up to here based off of the natural gas chart. It's still holding. I mean, typically we see a big spike off of inventories in the nasty reversal. But at the moment, nat gas is currently holding for a couple minutes here, and you are breaking out of this little bit of a range here. So that's a nice breakout as long as we hold above this trend line. Nat gas is having a technical breakout today of this range. I didn't expect it this soon, but again, I have been prepping people that once we cleared this 186 level, you can see a short squeeze of epic proportion. And right now it seems to be that is the case. Notice Natgas making new highs there. Boyle also making new highs. All right, guys, I'm moving my stop up on Boyle just to about 1803, slightly in the money. Slightly in the money because this could absolutely see some profit taking. As Natgas is approaching first resistance, intraday resistance here. AMD is still continuing to grind higher. All right, Boyle may stop us out. Just be careful with this Natgas trade. It's a very slippery slope. They love to get people to chase, and they rip it back down, and then they rip it back up. So just be careful. Just scared we go to $2 and fail to break. Want to buy more one long and get around to. Yeah, you know, there's always a chance it can go lower, but I think sub $2 on a historical basis. If you've bought anytime sub $2 and you've held it for a year, you've made money. And I mean, your fear, I love hearing people's sentiment. So by you saying you're scared, your fear, that actually makes me more bullish. That actually makes me more bullish, believe it or not. Crazy about that. That was really not that big of a win. I'm still watching Natgas, but you know, again, they are looking to try to fade it here off of this pop-up. So I just got stopped out for a small gain. Small gain. Let's look back at AMD. Whoops. AMD. That one's still chugging along nicely. You know, next ad level on AMD. Let's just see what we can find here. Yeah, I'd be kind of surprised if AMD goes all the way up to here. But there is this channel that AMD is now chopping in. All right, Mara's coming in. Again, we've only added 1/4 to Mara. You want to wait for a little pullback in Natgas? Yeah, you certainly could get it, right? Like there's always a chance for pullback, but at the moment it's depressed. It's still oversold. You got a positive news catalyst right now. Initial reaction for Natgas was positive. Now it's starting to see a little bit of sell side pressure. Remember, Natgas has been negative for most of the session today. It is up 0.84%, but it did pull back from that little high there. Can definitely check out my tradingcapital.ca membership option. Oil stocks fading from the highs here. Oil stocks are fading from the highs. So the Russell's starting to lose momentum again. AMD making a new high. Qs are currently under pre-market high, but trying to push up. Apple curling down, Amazon curling down, Bitcoin curling down again, AMD pushing up, diverging from the market. Natgas still being sold into, guys. All right, next ad level on AMD is basically just above 187. Let it pierce 187. Let it pierce 187. Actually, we're going to probably pierce that by a little bit of a degree. So, all right, guys, I just shorted 187.08, 187.08. That is our third entry. AMD average is out of the money at the moment, 186.14 average. Really, the final entry is going to be at the top of this channel. So call it around the 188.40-ish area. So still holding a long on Mara, a short on AMD. The dollar is trying to form up.
Yeah, Jordan, the company that I got for my daughter, I bought my Apex credit card. Yeah, I got a shitload of points with it. That's so far. Jordan, I heard you should, it's a good thing to convert your points over to like Delta Sky Miles or whatever it is. Oh, okay. Yeah, here's the half guys. Go on the American Express website and buy your flight points there. What you want to do is create a Delta Sky Miles account, create whatever your favorite airline is. I use Delta. What I do is I convert the points from my American Express account to my Delta Sky Miles account. You get a better rate. You lost me at I use Delta. Really? Yeah. I like Delta. Fucking, I love Delta. Compared to everything else. JetBlue has been fine. No, JetBlue is good.
So again, we've taken now 7 trades. We've closed 5 winners. These are our 5th and 6th trade. Down on AMD slightly. Still have one more entry on the short side to add if necessary. And it's just a starter position, 1/4 position on Mara. So Mara does appear like we're probably going to get in the money. AMD pulling away against us, kind of, diverging from the rest of the semiconductor market. It's now up 6.3%. That's a whopping gain for AMD. That's a monster gain. So certainly impressive to see that that's performing so well. Again, Tesla negative. Apple's negative now. Microsoft might be next on the chopping block. Google's curling down. Oil's trying to catch a little bit of a bid. Why am I shorting AMD? Super extended. You have a bearish intraday overbought price action. Daily chart, weekly chart overbought. Daily chart bearish divergence. You're into a little bit of a double top breakout. It is diverging from the markets. But AMD is just obviously could be one of those ones that we lose on. I still think that it could have a fall based off of if the market has a little bit of a sell-off back down to, say, 437 on the Qs. And I still think that this market has a significant ability to gap and crack, which means that it could lose all of the gap up that it had. Qs did put in a nasty hourly tail there. Distribution candle, you have had Apple go negative, AAPL. So Apple's lost all of its momentum despite the indices being strong. You have had Tesla go negative. Take a look at this reversal in Google. So a heavy reversal in Google coming into the picture. So I'm seeing a lot of signs of weakening in this overall trend, which is why we're shorting AMD at this point. Obviously, could have probably picked it better. Should have just stuck with NVDA because NVIDIA paid us nicely earlier. Could have probably made a little bit more money just sticking with the Qs. AMD is clearly the strong horse. Hindsight, obviously, AMD is showing much more relative strength in the semiconductor market compared to, say, Apple, Qs, Microsoft, NVIDIA. So maybe it wasn't the right stock to pick, but at the moment, we're still in the trade, and I still think we could make money on it. Hindsight in this business is always 20/20. It's always 20/20.
Yeah, my plane ticket from here to Miami.
Bitcoin losing 63,000 again, just kind of chopping. Netflix is almost going negative on the session as well. So indices are not all showing signs of strength here. There is some red starting to appear on the screen. You have had XLP turn negative, XLV turn negative, XLU turn negative, XLF turn negative, Dow Jones Industrial Average turn negative. So at the start of the gap up, you had all sectors green, and now you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 sectors red. So there is some weakness creeping into this market, which I just want to caution people of. And take a look at this, guys. Take a look at this. We may have to cut Mara for a loss. Look at this reversal in the dollar. Nice reversal in the dollar coming into the picture. It is recapturing a lot of the gains. It's still down quite substantially, but notice how we're right back above this daily 200 and EMA 113. We've tried piercing it here, and market makers just want to keep pushing the Dixie up. So that tells me that, okay, people are either buying for fear, inflation. We just have to monitor this carefully. Potential 10-minute topping tail in AMD. Candle closes in 4 minutes. So let's see how the next 4 minutes of this price action shapes up. Qs are trying to get a bounce. Dollar's still ripping here. Apple negative. Microsoft now flat to negative. Google's almost going negative. Still up 0.43%. Yeah, Bank of America upgraded AMD to 195. Again, often these upgrades come, they like to push it up just to get liquidity to unload positions. From my experience, I found upgrades are actually technically bearish, especially when they're at the 52-week highs of a chart. AMD making a new 52-week high. It's easy to upgrade a stock when it's making a new 52-week high, but don't be fooled by these upgrades. Typically, in the short term, upgrades get sold into by large funds. A lot of the way Wall Street works is that a lot of these funds will basically work in cahoots. They'll communicate with each other. Bank of America will tell JPM, they'll tell Citi, they'll tell all the other banks, we're going to do an upgrade today. We're likely going to see a positive bullish push. Sell into it, unload, trim. And that's typically what happens. So you never want to chase upgrades. Upgrades can work out. They usually work out, in the medium long term, but in the short term, typically upgrades get sold into. It's a form of a way that Wall Street can grab liquidity from retail investors. So it's just always dicey chasing. Had you chased, this gap up so far, you're substantially down in your QQQ. Now, could we push up to the high of the day? Sure, we can. Again, you still have the fundamental backdrop to go higher. Dollar, though, is trying to firm up here still on the intraday chart. Where did my dollar chart go? DXY. I don't know why it's lagging. Let's flip back to MARA. Mara is still trying to curl and break up here, guys. Mara is still trying to curl and break up. Holy AMD. Yeah, AMD's a monster, right? AMD's a monster. Still slightly down in the position, but we have one more entry that we will add to if it needs be. I'm still confident that AMD, let's see. Let's just do a quick fib retrace of this gap up move. So you're going to have profit taking likely occur in AMD at some point today. You haven't really seen any. Obviously a positive momentum on the upgrade, so it's continuing to push. But we could easily see AMD at some point flush back to 185, the low 185s. Mara is trying to break out of this little inverse head and shoulders, so the neckline breakout would be here. So that gives us an upside target now of roughly 2831. AMD going for a new high of day. Again, you've just been stuck in this channel since the open. It's pretty miraculous. Low pivot, high pivot, low pivot. So the big question is, are we going to go to the high of the channel today? Mara is making a nice move for us, trying to get us back in the green on that position. Tesla still negative. Microsoft's now catching a bid. So all the indices are catching a really big bid at the moment. All of them are catching a really big bid at the moment.
Yeah, the pilot game comes to my little brother last. Oh, really?
So AMD is now up 6.3%. We're down on the trade about $1.62. Still looking to add one more time on AMD position, guys. One more time on the AMD position.
Getting off the plane, and as he was passing by the pilot, he was like, "Are you the pilot?" He was like, "Yeah." And the pilot was like, "You want to come in here and take a look around?" So he brought him inside there and let him sit there.
Mara, we're now flat on our MARA trade.
Maybe there was something in 10 years. That'd be cool. Where's he gonna put his collection on eBay? Dude, I'm about to get a full collection, baby.
Dollar's still trying to push up. If the dollar can recapture 104, guys, that's a big reversal. It's putting in a nice hourly bottoming tail. Potential 4-hour bottoming tail will close in 2 minutes or 9 minutes, sorry. Still, yields are down quite sharply on the session. Yields are down very, very sharply on the session.
Whenever that happens to a kid, that kid's gonna go to session. He took those bits with him everywhere for a week. Oh, I'm sure. Yeah.
So they're starting to potentially sell into it. Again, AMD is a leader today, so that's going to give us a good sentiment shift for the market. Google still coming in. Apple still negative. Microsoft only up 0.1. NVIDIA is still holding up fairly well. Let's take a look at NVIDIA. So NVIDIA is still consolidating, holding up very well. All right, so AMD trying to consolidate and move higher. And I'm seeing Google curling down, Apple curling down, Microsoft curling down, Tesla still curling down. Look at this Dixie, guys. Holy moly. What is this reversal in the Dixie? Whoa. That's a pretty big reversal. I mean, we've recaptured almost 75% of the drop off of that PCE data. So what is that telling us? The market doesn't believe the PCE data? Is it slightly fixed? Holy, look at that. The dollar is absolutely flying here. The DXY is flying. You know, this is roughly where the data came out at 8:30, right on this candle here. And then we had a huge dump and the dollar's almost back. So what does that tell you about the indices? Maybe we're going to retest the lows on the indices. Guys, I'm going to take a QQQ 437 put. QQQ 437 put. This is a high risk trade. It's a 0 DTE play. High risk trade, a 0 DTE 437 put. Okay, guys, so let's play ball. Still holding my MARA and my AMD short. So MRA is a long. Still just trying to play. It's potentially had a failed breakout here, so we may have to cut it for a loss. But it's only a 1/4 position on MARA. But definitely looking a little bit weak here in the session. That dollar is making a monster move. Monster move. Russell's heading for new lows. The Russell is heading for new lows on the session. And I think, it's really important to recognize, say, what the Russell's doing here. The Russell tried breaking out there, grabbing all that liquidity, longs chasing, and now look at it. That could be a nasty failed breakout on the Russell. It's had every single fundamental reason to push higher. You have the 10-year down 1.7, the 2-year down 0.45. You're seeing the short end of the curve absolutely outperforming the long end of the curve, which gives the ability for equities to continue to rally. But we're seeing this market being faded, guys. We are seeing this market being faded. And remember, I warned you of this potential gap and crack. I did warn you. I'm still holding a long on Mara, short on AMD, and a QQQ put position. So I warned you in this video. I said I would not be surprised if we do the old gap and crack, especially when you have this big move down, kind of bearish consolidation. Don't be surprised if we see Qs. Russell did make a new low. Obviously, things are still in favor for the markets to trend higher with yields down. But that dollar looks like it wants back at that 104 zone. Here comes Mara, guys. Here comes Mara. Come on, Mara. I'd like to see our longs work out here. So Microsoft and Apple are both negative now. Same thing with Tesla. So company number 1 and number 2 are negative on the session. That's probably going to set the tone for the market. Whenever those two companies are negative, it does put a little bit of a negative spin on the market. Obviously, we're still really strong, but it does put a little bit of a negative bias in the market when company 1 and 2 go negative in a strong market. It does not help. That's my new favorite line. Hindsight is always 20/20. Yeah, Mavi, that's a pretty cool little saying. I did not create it, just to let you know. But absolutely use it. Kind of, hindsight is 20/20 goes along the lines with what Steve Jobs said, right? Can't connect the dots moving forward. All right, so Mara's starting to push up here, guys. Mara's getting a nice little pump. AMD still at the highs of the session, diverging from the markets. Let's see the hourly volume candle on AMD. So it's pretty heavy the first 2 hours here. Very, very heavy volume. Still have one more entry to add to AMD. And I'm going to add it if we get back into this pivot zone here. We may briefly make a new high, but above 188. We're above 188 right now, 188.02. Let's see if we can get a pierce of this previous high pivot, and then we will add again on the short side. $188.16 did get filled there. We did briefly touch that pivot, so I said let's see if we can touch that pivot. We did touch that pivot, so we got filled there at that 188.16. Brings our average up on AMD to 186.92. 186.92 average, still holding a Mara long and still holding a 437 0DTE put play on the Qs. So 186.92 average on AMD. Really hasn't seen any sort of a pullback just yet. ENB analysis. Sorry, Ram, I missed that question. ENB analysis is not going above 35. It's wise to hold midterm. Let's look at ENB for Ram. ENB. ENB. So Enbridge. Enbridge. Sorry, so you said it's not going above 35? Right now my chart is showing it's above 35. Do you mean below 35? So what is that? I'm not understanding. So right now my chart is showing it's above. Do we have the right ticker? Is this the right EMB? I'm sure it is. I mean, this is a pretty household name. Maybe am I on the wrong one? Oh, sorry, I was on the Canadian one. My apologies. All right, so big pullback there on AMD. That was a nice entry. Look at that. Just like that, we are now in the money on AMD, guys. So we're just being patient, accumulating at the right technical levels. We're now in the money. So good job. If we're hopefully we can squeeze another profit. I want to see if we can go 7 for 7 today. We've actually closed 5 winning trades. Sorry, we've actually taken 8 trades. Our QQQ put position is our 8th trade. And sorry, I'll discuss EMB once we slow down a little bit. We're still into the volume period here on the market. Qs are starting to come in just a little bit. So we have had 8 trades on the books. We've closed 5 winners. We still have 3 open. We have a Mara long, which is kind of kicking our butt. I am going to add to Mara here, guys. 26.23. I just got filled. 26.23. 26.23 on MARA. QQQ put position. If it goes to 437, I will be securing profits. Okay. So 26.23. We took our second entry on MARA. That brings our average nicely down to this 26.58 zone. AMD, we're in the money. The Qs are about to hit that 437 zone. So I don't mess around with 0 DTEs. My preference is to just secure my profits. Could I get more if we fall? Absolutely. All right, I just secured profits there. 0 DTE put play, win in the money, guys. Just closed that put trade. Boom. Beautiful, beautiful job. Qs are now done. Huge win on the Qs. Huge win on the Qs, guys. AMD is printing for us. Let's put an in the money stop because the Qs are selling off pretty hard. I'm going to put a stop loss here right at that 186.50 zone. So I'm locking in 42 cents. This is a full position. This is a full position. So I am short right now AMD with 500 shares. 500 shares on the short side. And we're going to lock in at least 40 cents a gain. I'm going to actually lower the stop a little bit more. Maybe we can lock in about 60 cents there, 57 cents. QQQ put position was closed. AMD in the money stop. So that's another winning trade. And right now we have a half of position in Mara on the long side. All right, AMD just stopped us out. So that trade is complete, guys. That trade is now complete. Another winner. So now we are 7 of 8. Our last trade is a long on this Mara, MARA. Our last trade is a long. Notice how AMD finally broke that channel that we're chopping in. Mavi, why did I short AMD? That's why. So that was a nice chunk of change. So we're 7 of 8 on the live stream today, guys. That is a terrific. Please show some support. Like the videos, share the videos. I don't care what you do. Just show some support somehow because we are on here providing alpha each and every day, live trading, hoping people can learn something from our methods. Now, this Mara chart, we still have a lot of maneuverability in this trade on the long side, but I am seeing Bitcoin curl down. So it kind of, it's not showing some signs of positivity, right? At this point in time. I mean, I know Mara is obviously trading off of earnings. It had that big gap down, but this one, again, if we start getting let me see this type of tail. If we start getting a 10-minute close below this bottoming tail, that we made, I'm going to have to probably cut the trade for a loss. I'm hoping that we can win. I know I still have maneuverability and can probably position us to still make money on the trade, but 5 minutes and 10 seconds, I wouldn't like a daily 10-minute or a 10-minute close below this. I would not like that. And it is appearing that Mara is getting a little bit heavier here. Still remaining long at this point in time. You know, Bitcoin's still positive on the sessions. Mara is definitely diverged, but then you have Coinbase going negative. So let's look at the SPY. So again, Apple's negative, Tesla's negative, Microsoft slightly green. SPY putting in a little bit of a bear flag pattern there. QQQ also putting in a little bit of a bearish pattern now under the EMA 113. Does appear the Qs want to push for this gap fill. Let's see if we can go 8 for 8, guys. If Mara can curl up, we can look for another 8th winning trade today. And it's only 11 o'clock. We've been trading for 2 hours. And we've closed 7 of 8 winners. The only other trade we have right now is a long on MARA. We've closed everything else. Geez, look at the dollar, eh? The dollar is just a monster today. You know, making that huge reversal. It briefly tapped almost that 104 zone, which you can see on my chart. It does appear that the dollar wants to push for 104, guys, which is likely going to send this market back to the negative side. You know, things are still showing some positive signs, but that dollar's made a nice reversal off of the lows. QQQ got a really, really strong bounce there. Qs did get a really strong bounce. Just going to erase some of these other trend lines here. Let's go to the hourly chart of the Qs to erase that. So we're below pre-market high. Qs are above that neckline. I mean, there could be another neckline forming right here now. But that original one broke down. Oh, Mara. Mara's going to ruin our perfect streak, guys. This thing is just killing us. I mean, it's only a half position again. I still have 2 more entries on the long side, which I could add to, but again, when you start seeing this pattern diverging, it's not really participating in the market bounce. Still a shot it could. You know, we still remain long. I have not stopped out or closed the trade, so I'm still optimistic we can get this trade to go back to the green side. Anybody looking to you bought puts too in Mara? Day trade or swing trade, Ram? Our dollar's still grinding higher here, guys. Dollar is still grinding higher. All right, guys, I'm going to take another high-risk trade. I'm going to take, because we're banking profits, guys, I'm going to take a 4. Oh, I'm looking at this gap fill in the Qs. I'm actually looking at 435 puts, a 0 DT put on the Qs. It's a high-risk trade. It's a super high-risk trade, but we're rolling with profits. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just do a lottery play here on the Qs, sizing it for loss. I'm expecting a 100% loss. That's what the mentality I'm going into the trade with. But I'm going to take a 435 0 DTE put on the Qs. 435 0 DTE put on the Qs. Let's play ball. So it's a gamble. It's a lottery play. We're going for a grand slam. Guys. Mara just briefly touched us to break even there. Dollar making a push for that 104 zone, guys. Dollar is making a push. AMD is coming down a little bit more now. It's a really big move on the dollar. It's a substantial move on the dollar. Apple making new lows on the session. Google coming in. Mara's still trending lower. Oh, Mara. Why are you playing dirty? Why is Mara playing dirty? So right now we've closed 7 winning trades, all here free on the live stream. Do yourself a favor, please hit that like button below, comment, share. Try to increase my channel's viewership here. We're continuing to provide opportunities here. I'm just gonna see if I can, I'm just gonna grab my laptop, guys. Just give me 1 second. Come on, Mara. Can we get 8 for 8, guys? Are we going to go 8 for 8 in the Trading Capital live stream? Yes or no? Type your comment. Are we going to go 8 for 8? Is Mara going to get us green? Are we going to be able to pull yet again another winning trade on Mara? Time will tell. Time will tell. Dollar's just consolidating right underneath that that little neckline zone. Or sorry, right underneath that 104 zone, not the neckline. Volume coming into Mara. Come on, Mara. Break out of this channel. Just like AMD broke down from this channel that we were watching. Actually, was it down here? So just like AMD broke down from this channel, I think Mara is doing kind of the same sort of price action, but in the reverse. It's trying to break out of a channel. So AMD had that big breakdown here. Mara is trying to get a break out of its channel. So very inverse charts, right? Breakdown, trying to get a breakout. If we break out here, we should see a quick snap and squeeze to the high side here. Come on, give it up.
I'm happy to try another trade. I got another one more try if I can get a better trade on the day. I gotta see something really low.
Oh, Mara. You'll get the Mara. Thanks, Christopher. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. I'm hoping that would be 100%, and I almost don't want to take any trades after that, but I'm a trader. I always scan the markets to look for opportunities, and I mean, it's only 11:13 on the clock, so there's plenty of time to find other opportunities here. So anybody looking at any, oh yeah, ENB, I apologize, Ram, ENB. ENB, let's look at ENB. Yep, 8 for 8 coming up, hopefully, right? Or technically, I mean, we're into we opened up a 9th trade here, the lottery play. So, I mean, the lottery might ruin my perfect average today. Obviously, we haven't closed Mara yet, but that lottery on the put, high risk, high reward. We're just throwing a little bit of profits into a put position here, way out of the money put all the way down to 435. That would be a pretty significant decline in the Qs, roughly of $2.60, 0.59%. That would print for us. If we get that in the money, I mean, it's a home run. Now, obviously, it's a tough trade, right? That's a pure speculation move. Based off of what I'm seeing in the dollar, though, the Dixie is back above 104. It's now into that critical tightening zone for the emerging markets. Really, gold has still remained firm because the dollar's still technically weak on the session, but starting to break down here. Maybe there's a trade setup on GDX on the short side. Let's take a look at this chart. This one looks to be trying to come down. Guys, I'm going to try to short the GDX here. I am seeing oil trying to push up, dollar trying to push up. So actually, you know what? Gold's still positive on the session. So I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait on the GDX. I'm going to wait. You have had a nice 40-minute pullback. Could it go lower? Absolutely. I mean, intraday, you are appearing to be triggering this little bit of a topping formation. So, I mean, you kind of have two necklines in play. This one, that one. I'd go with the more conservative one, the flatter incline steep, that one. Oh, Mara. Don't do it to us, Mara. All right, that's because Bitcoin's seeing some sell-off. Big volume coming in on Mara, though. Really, really big volume. But let me just quickly look at ENB, guys. ENB. Again, if Mara starts to dip into the 25-35 range, I will add to the position. That'll be the third entry. And then really at the lows here, 24.57-ish, give or take. ENB, okay. Let me look at the US ticker, though. I keep pulling up the TSX one as it's populating on TradingView first. So Enbridge right now, what's Enbridge market cap right now? So Enbridge is trading at 73.4 billion. You know, average volume, 30-day average volume is 6.77 million shares. So I mean, obviously if oil and gas move higher, oil's putting in some bullish consolidation to move higher. Natural gas is potentially entering a short squeeze zone. You got bullish fundamentals on nat gas, but utilities, you know, have been weak. Utilities have been weak compared to the broad market. Now, could we see some firming up and a rotation trade into utilities? I think there's certainly a plausible argument for that. What was your entry there, Ram? It's not going above 35. Is it wise to hold midterm? You know, this one's a tough one. You are putting in a potential bullish reversal intraday on the 4-hour chart of Enbridge. You know, the positive, you have earnings out of the way. You could argue that there's a little inverse here on the 4-hour chart. Let's look at the hourly chart. Yeah, hourly chart's not looking too bad. If you can trigger this neckline, Ram, that yields about another 5% move, breakout from that neckline, earnings levels. So that's a nice sign. Whenever stocks have a bad reaction to earnings, you know, and then literally 2 days later, boom, it reverses. Third, fourth, fifth day later, in a week, it reverses all of the losses. That's a little bit of a positive sign, in my opinion. So I think there is an ability to get above 35. Obviously, what I'm observing here, okay, so since we've been in this downtrend, really, since we broke below here, chopped above, got above the orange moving average, the EMA 113, kind of struggled here, struggled here, struggled here. Then you had a big capitulation low. Then you had a big bounce, got above the EMA 113. Now I'm looking for a move here on Enbridge. You're potentially creating your first higher low. So here you have your higher low, and this could be a higher low. So right now you want to see this pivot zone held on ENB, and then you could actually break out. And I am observing that, okay, you have this little intraday bullish pattern developing, and then you also have this little bit of a daily chart pattern developing where you are forming a nice right shoulder. Your neckline would be drawn from this little zone here. Obviously, it hasn't triggered yet, guys, so we have to be mindful of that. But this one could be forming a nice base to push higher. And I am bullish on oil and gas, so this is a utility in the oil and gas space. All right, Mara is kicking our butt here, guys. I apologize. I'm going to add here at 25.35. Almost pierced that zone, 25.35. Come on, Mara. So yeah, I mean, EMB is looking a little bit more bullish in my opinion. It is potentially forming a stage 1 basing formation to move higher. So I think if that stage 1 basing formation breaks out, you're going to have a pretty big move to the upside. And I lean more bullish on oil and gas at the moment. I do lean more bullish.
I'm already in it, man. If they break my opening my hold, I'll just stop and then I'll buy anywhere. That's my game for now.
All right, guys. So the top market movers today: Hormel Foods up 13%, AMD up 6%, Iron Mountain up 5%, Albemarle Marley Lithium up 5%, Enphase up 5%, Monster up 5%, Newmont Mining up 4.7%, Best Buy up 3.9%, FMC up, International Flavors up, Revivity, Paramount Global up. A couple of the top decliners in the S&P 500: Xcel Energy, Bath & Body Works, Constellation Energy, Moderna under pressure today. Let's look at mRNA for potentially some shorts. Picking on the weak stocks. Ooh, nice little 1 minute bear flag. This thing is going to go lower today. So I'm going to grab some shorts on mRNA right here at 94.48. Starter position, 94.48. Just some common shares short on mRNA. Still holding this Mara long. We are down on the session, so that perfect record might be kicking our butt. You'll get the Mara trade green. LAC looking good for a pullback. So Lithium America Corp looking good for a pullback. Let me just isolate my support levels on this Moderna. Just want to see this. What's transpiring here. Okay, we have a gap fill down on mRNA. So that's about a 2.75. Yeah, that could hit that today, that trend line. You're basically below the supply zone. So there's a ton of resistance from this gap in and around this zone. So you had that gap down, big move up, sell off, big impulse green candle breakout, potential lower high. All right, I just added to Mara there, guys. 25.35, 25.35. It brings our average down to 25.97. 25.97 long on Mara. So this is a 3/4 position. We're still riding a QQQ port, which is slightly up. And we're riding a Moderna short, mRNA. This is a nice little bear flag forming. You know, if you trigger this bear flag off of continued weakness in the markets, you know, you could easily see mRNA down to these key levels. So I'm just going to highlight these fib levels just so we have some downside targets to watch. And we will play ball. Oil starting to get another tick to the high side. Let's see what we can do. Is there a trade in XOM here? Is there a trade in XOM? Maybe a little bit of a long on XOM. I am seeing the Russell charging for new lows, guys. The Russell's charging for new lows. Bitcoin's now below 63. It's trading at 62.3. So that's why Mara is continuously selling off here. Let's look back to the QQQ chart. QQQ, come on. 435 puts, come on. Give it to us. Well, give us a little bit of bounce, so American bounce, and then take it down. I'm seeing Coinbase falling, though, pretty sharply here. It's definitely negative, putting in heavy signs of distribution at these zones. So Coinbase is definitely not going to help Mara. It's going to hinder Mara.
We are going to play the gap fill Thursday that we're kind of watching. SPX's gap fills down to about 70.57. We're right at the opening.
I mean, if you're buying,
This is your whole, yeah, this is where you should.
Dixie's above 104, but it's taking a small little breather at the moment. Dixie is above 104. Bitcoin still selling off a little bit more. That's again not going to help our crypto trade. Kind of at an inflection point here. Bitcoin's now gone negative, hitting some hourly chart support. You're hitting the 20 moving average on the hourly chart basis. No chart support on the 30-minute yet. 15-minute you're breaking. So yeah, you're really only coming up into some hourly chart support here around 62, low 62,000. Coinbase selling off pretty hard now. Coinbase, and honestly, I mean, the nice thing about trading this Mara long is I do have a swing trade short with my members on Coin, which are in the money on, which we are in the money. Let's see the QQQ guys. QQQ puts starting to work a little bit in our favor. Still a long way from that 435. The Qs could be putting in a little bit of a bullish pattern here. It hasn't triggered it, but if we look at the 1 minute chart, guys, there is an inverse head and shoulders that is forming on the Qs. Your neckline would be here, and you would need to start curling up momentarily here on the Qs. You do need to start curling up. So there is a potential that the markets are going to be saved here by the Qs and tech, but we're still weak at the moment. Still a little weak at the moment. Bitcoin is finding a little bit of support here. Team Bullish Wolves are still in the lead on Predictogram by 0.2%. 0.2%. So nice job, Team Bullish Wolves. We're still holding strong. My average today is at 81%. Our team average is sitting at 72.2. So we are still holding strong. Come on, Mara. This thing is just not wanting to cooperate at the moment. All right, guys, Bitcoin's selling off really hard. I may have to just cut Mara here for a loss. It's now negative on the session. I'm going to just give it a little bit more time, see if we can get a bounce here on the hourly chart, because we are hitting some support here on the hourly chart. So let's see if we can get a minor bounce. You are also testing the 10-minute EMA 113. Mara is kind of diverging as Bitcoin is selling off here. So that's a positive sign. But we'll see if we can get a bounce here on Bitcoin. You're testing this breakdown zone, this neckline, EMA 113. What I'm expecting is this little pierce and then a retest up. But a little bit of a head and shoulders potential forming on Bitcoin. Remember, downside target will be 60,000. But what's good is that Mara is trying to firm up while Bitcoin's going down. Russell, new lows on the Russell 2000. Can the Russell go negative today, guys? Can the Russell go negative? Let's look at what's the QQQ put. I took a high-risk lotto trade, Mike. Never mind. No, I'll still inform you. I took a high-risk lotto trade, a put. It's I entered up here at 437.50. I took a 435 0 DTE. 435 0 DTE. So it's going to actually be a banger. If it works out in our favor, it's going to be a banger. I know there were a couple other things. Look at LAC. I'll take a look at LAC. Thanks, Briston. I appreciate you informing Mike there. LAC. Let's look at LAC, guys. Again, it's been a pretty miraculous day. Pretty fire day for us here. What were you looking at? Looking good for a pullback. LAC. I mean, yeah, they've had they're still oversold, right? That's the only thing about these lithium miners is they're still technically oversold. I mean, you look at this zone down here, and you are into a whole host of support here. I was actually been looking at some of these lithium companies but I was a little bit late. I thought they were going to go a little bit lower. Let's just see what we can find here on the chart. You know, is there a support range that we're hitting? Realistically speaking, Qs are dumping off here, guys. So take a look at this channel, right? QQQ or LAC channel. This is a weekly chart. You can clearly see your support and resistance. You hit major support. So we're not even at the center point of this channel. I expect to retrace probably to the EMA 113. Now there's going to be a little bit of resistance, say here, but this chart is looking like it's going to push higher here. I wouldn't short it yet. Maybe for a day trade scalp, yeah, you can probably get something, but I wouldn't short it yet. You know, I still think that there's a lot of momentum in these in these names. You know, I'm looking at some of the biggest S&P 500 movers here on my other screen. You know, and ALB is one of them. So clearly, it's a broad lithium-based rally. It's not isolated to any individual stock. It's a broad lithium-based rally. So that tells me that these want to go a little bit higher here in the near term. Mara is starting to uptick nicely. Come on, baby. Get your legs going. Get your legs going. Still holding a long on Mara, QQQ Lotto put, and a short on Moderna. This is just a starter position on Moderna. Hoping to get this bear flag to break down at some point today, which should take us to 93.50, 93, 92.50. So slightly down on mRNA, but nice to see Mara starting to potentially cooperate and push higher here. Let's see if we can get some more. Apple, low of day. Microsoft, negative. Google, bear flag. Meta, rolling over. NVDA, rolling over. Things are not looking too hot at the moment, guys. Things are not looking too hot at the moment. Now, I do have buyable levels, right? If we start flushing here, guys, I do have long levels. So that would be no problem, Christopher. No problem. But if we start flushing, which I actually hope we do, I have buyable levels. I have some NVIDIA targets on watch. I do have an Apple target on watch. And I do have an AMD target on watch. So, but they're much, much lower. And then obviously for the S&P and the Qs, I have my isolated targets where I will trade on the long side. So watching things closely, there's a lot of moving pieces today. Markets gapped up, slightly being faded. Dollar fell precipitously and has made a bullish reversal. Look at that reversal on the dollar from a low of 10 o'clock, right? You know, massive, massive move. Turns out this inverse head and shoulders was a pretty spectacular one. And the dollar's now green, guys. So that's a tailwind. That's a headwind for the market. Remember in the earlier stream, we were discussing headwinds, tailwinds for the market. Dollar making a huge bullish reversal, a massive bullish reversal, is now green on the session, up 0.14%. And believe it or not, the dollar could actually go all the way up today. It could actually trigger another breakout here. Let's just see here. I got a few different charts. Let me just clean some things up here for us. But I'm going to remove that trend line, that trend line, that trend line, and this trend line. Let's clean it up. So now if the dollar can get above, if it can stay above 104, we're going to retest these highs, and that could happen today. Guys, we're still seeing Apple selling off, new lows. Apple is still selling off. That QQQ put position is actually looking a little bit more likelier as we progress here. Take a look at that Russell 2000. Only regret wasn't holding our short longer. I mean, we picked almost the near-term high in the Russell 2000 this morning. Look at that fall in the Russell. Remember, we shorted it up here at 205.63, covered for a nice chunk of change. And look at this thing sell, guys. That's an epic reversal. Whoa, 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 whoa. We are going lower, guys. Look at the Qs flush, guys. These puts are now starting to work in our favor, guys. All right, this is a fucking banger day, guys. This is a, sorry about my language, but I just get super excited. I am getting super excited here. I just want Mara to firm up for us, and we're banking. We're absolutely banking today, guys. We may go we may go 9 for 9. Our Moderna trade was our 9th trade today. So that one we're still just waiting on. But if Moderna can also fall here, we may go 9 for 9. That would be pretty epic. I would be pretty impressed with myself. It's not every day you get to go perfect in day trading. It's actually very rare. Most traders who tell you, oh, I bet 100% or I bet 98%. You know, there's people that can bet that. But it's very rare to go 100% in day trading, especially when you're taking more volume. Like, sure, if you're taking 1 or 2 trades, it's much easier to do that. Like, we could have stopped at 3 perfect, we could have stopped at 4, 5 perfect, but we're just looking for more opportunities because we're here. This is my full-time job, and you know, if there's opportunities and probabilities favor myself to make money, I'm going to do it here. Mara is still trying to break out of this channel, guys. Mara is still trying to break out of this channel. Thanks, Ram. Appreciate it. You hate it when I leave the streaming early, Ram? Means I get sad, not angry. Mara puts printing. Yeah, Mara puts, if you took them, pretty much the high of the day, they are printing. We're still long Mara at 25.97. I am short Coinbase, though, with my members. We are in the money on that trade, though. That's a swing trade. We are seeing Natgas also trying to push up, so we may have another shot at Boyle, guys. Keep Boyle on watch because Natgas had that big move on inventories, big consolidation. So I'm actually going to try to catch a little momentum trade here on Boyle, guys. I'm going to go long here on Boyle. 1758 long on Boyle. This is a 1/4 position. Excuse me. It's a 1/4 position. XOM is starting to move up. Oil's looking for a new high of day. Oh, Mara getting rejected. Come on, Mara. Such fierce selling in Mara today. So 1758 long Boyle. Still holding my QQQ put, which is actually coming in nicely. I'm seeing the VIX starting to gain a little bit of momentum as well. So you look at that UVXY, which is a VIX volatility. It's had a nice 3-hour rally, almost turning to the green side. Actually just turned flat. So what that tells me is this QQQ market is breaking down. Look at these Qs. These puts are almost in the money, guys. Fuck yes. Let's go. Let's go. Are we going to hit a home run today? I don't even care about Mara anymore because my puts are just absolutely flying. Let's go. 84 cents away. Come on, give it to us. Please hit 435. All right, guys, get ready to position yourself for some long trades, okay? I am looking at a buyable range on the Qs. QQQ, I'm looking at 434.60 as a starter position. The SPY target, if you prefer trading SPY, I'll give you my target. SPY just went negative, guys. Yes! Let's go! Let's go! Come on, baby. All right, SPY target, guys. Let me just isolate it down to the correct number. SPY target for the long, 505.28. 505.28. Starter position, guys. But we will have a SPY long at 505.28. A QQQ around that 434. Qs, come on, give it to us. Please give it to us. Come on, Qs. 64 cents away. Let's go. Apple negative, NVDA negative, Google's rolling over, Metaturn negative, Bitcoin selling. Guys, I may have to cut Mara here because it is just absolutely bleeding. Bitcoin's now down on the session. All right, guys. Qs are coming up into this 435. I will secure profits. I'm even tempted. Look at the sell. Look at the sell, guys. Qs, come on. Get in the money. Oh my God, I'm close. Oh my God. Come on, come on. Please dip into that 435. Please give it to us. Come on, baby. Look at these puts. Look at the Moderna's printing for us now too. Come on, it's going to get there. The Qs are almost there. And get ready to flip to some longs, guys. Get ready to flip into some longs. It's not there yet. We're just be cautious trying to buy into this range here. QQQ, I'm tempted to take profits on those puts. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Give it to us. Give it to us. They're still printing. They're still printing. Come on, Qs. NVIDIA's still selling. That's going to push the Qs down more. Mara's still selling, guys. Come on, Qs. Get to 435. Do it for me. Do it for me. Come on. 10 cents away, guys. I will secure. Oh, 2 cents. Come on. Get in the money. They're going to do it. It's going to happen, guys. It's going to happen. It's too heavy here. The price action. Come on. We almost got it there. No. Don't bounce it here. Do not bounce it here. Damn, they're bouncing it on us. Come on, one more little flush. One more little flush. We should see a little bit more downside. That's not the target. I mean, the Qs went negative there. SPY went negative and still is negative. They're bouncing right now. They are bouncing this market, but what a flush. Those puts absolutely printed. Still have a lower target. A buyable target on the Qs is still down here at 434.40. Up. Boyle's starting to weaken. Mara's getting a little bit of a bid here. Big bounce on the Qs. I do anticipate a retest of this low. I still have a mathematical target a little bit lower, below 435. These lottos are up massively. Pump it down is right. Guys, I did not expect these lotto puts to fucking get almost in the money there. That's a massive win. You know, if you want to take profits in here, absolutely. I'm going to see if we can get a little bit more of a dip. Being slightly greedy here. Being slightly greedy because we are rolling with the profits today. We've already closed massive wins. Our Moderna, take a look at our Moderna trade, guys. mRNA. That's triggering this bear flag. Congrats if you took that with us. Huge win on Moderna coming into play, guys. We're already up 0.81% on that trade. Massive, massive win. Now, Mara is trying to get a little bit of a breakout here. Bitcoin, huge bounce. Huge bounce on Bitcoin. Crypto firmed up nicely there. What an epic bounce. Come on, I still anticipate the Qs to go a little bit lower. Another little dip momentarily. We have not satisfied my downside targets yet. Obviously, my target can be wrong, but I still think we go a little bit lower. But the markets did the infamous gap and crack that we discussed. You now have the headwinds that were all in favor of the market. Sorry, the tailwinds that were all in favor of the market at the open. Oil negative, VIX negative, dollar negative, yields negative have now flipped. Dollar positive, VIX green, oil green. This is why the market's selling off. This is why it's important to do your headwind, tailwind analysis when you're taking trades in the morning and in intraday. The only thing negative still is the yields. Come on, Mara. Come on. Give it to us. Qs are trying to push up here a little bit. Apple's bouncing. Microsoft's getting a little bit of a bounce. Google's still weak. Bitcoin's still under a lot of pressure. What a rip, though. What a dump on the market. Imagine we go back to the highs. That would be absolutely insane. Don't expect it, but your next resistance now all the way at this pivot zone. And you are oversold intraday on the Qs at the moment. Mara's still trying to break out of the zone. Wow. That was incredible, guys. That was incredible. What a freaking sell-off. Now batting 83% on 30 predictions, and we're still in the running to close all of our trades at 100% success rate. The one thing that's kicking our butt right now is Merritt's. The only trade kicking our butt, our QQQ position working out. Our mRNA position absolutely flying here on the short side, guys. And then, oh yeah, we do have that Boyle trade on watch. We took it at 17.55. It has dipped a little bit, so that one's slightly down right now, but I'm still bullish on Nat Gas. All right, Q's coming back down for another retest, perhaps. Perhaps they will be.
That's an impressive hammer.
Well, since head pressure is here, I'll throw it up top for anybody that wants it on spot. Even though it's a lot later than I
Bitcoin, huge wick back down. Bitcoin flushed on the 10-minute chart all the way down to 61.2. Now bouncing back to 61.8. Apple's still weak. Google's still weak.
Now we hit 435, 436 until anyone's broken.
Dollar's still above 104. I'm looking at a Tesla long, guys. I am looking at a Tesla long. It's come right back into this little bit of a volume gap. It is trying to move up off of the lows as we speak. QQQ as well, putting in a nice 10-minute bottoming tail, which will close in 3 minutes. Guys, I'm covering Moderna. I just covered Moderna at 93.75. 93.75. I covered mRNA. So there's another winning trade, 93.75. I covered mRNA. That's a nice 0.75% gain, about 71 cents a share. So that trade is now complete. Another winner. Rack it up. Rack it up, baby. This is a freaking fire day, guys. This is a fire day. Again, congrats if anyone has taken these trades. But I just want to take this time again, check out my tradingcapital.ca membership. Or at the very minimum, please like this stream, comment, share it. Still trying to grow and gain my viewership. Come on, Mara. If Mara can get up and moving, that'll be awesome. So SPY's back green, Qs are back green, SPY Qs all dipped into negative territory there. Russell did not fill its technical gap up, so Russell's still showing a little bit more signs of strength, but believe it or not, I could see the Russell today trading, the IWM trading all the way down to about 202. I still think that's a feasible target. 202 is still a feasible target, I think, on the Russell 2000. All right, guys, it's now 11:48, approaching that noon time frame. All this money is making me hungry, so we've closed a magnificent amount of winners today, and we're still riding this Mara long and a Boyle long. So Boyle and Mara long, we're still riding. We're basically flat on Boyle. I am seeing Nat Gas starting to try to push up here, but you got epic bounces in the Qs. They never hit my downside target, but came very, very close to doing so. Those puts absolutely printed. Let's see if Mara can push up to the high side. I still think Mara can retrace all the way to the 1-minute EMA 113. Look how depressed we've been on the 1-minute chart. So far away from that 113 EMA moving average. And then you look at Bitcoin. Bitcoin had that big sell-off. And then a big, big wick bounce. Potentially a 10-minute bottoming tail forming on Bitcoin. You have triggered a head and shoulders. I expect a retest to the neckline, though. I do expect a retest. Boyle's trying to get back above this EMA 113. Let's see if Nat Gas can squeeze higher. Oil looking firm. Oil's now up 0.87%, challenging the highs of the session. So continuing to see strength in the oil market. Pretty miraculous. Dollar's taking a small breather, still above 104 though, guys. Still above 104 on the DXY. You're welcome, Eric. You're welcome. Glad to see you banked with us on mRNA. XOM, anyway, it's going to hit 106 this Friday. Yeah, I do think so. I think it could even squeeze there today off of huge momentum. Markets are still green. The energy sector is actually outperforming all the other sectors. It's the strongest sector today, XLE. So what does that mean? If oil keeps squeezing higher, XLE is going to keep squeezing higher. I wouldn't be surprised if, even hits, it could definitely hit tomorrow. I think it's been forming this tight range on XOM. Let me just pull it up on the chart. But I remain bullish. Even the 1 minute chart, nice flag pattern, hitting support off the EMA 113. You can see you're putting in this inverse head and shoulders on this intraday price action. So what that's telling us is that even though we had a big market dump in the S&P and tech and the Russell, look at XOM still holding firm, did not participate in that downside move. So XOM's forming a nice intraday base here. Look at this inverse head and shoulders. We could break out of this today, and that would yield roughly a move from this neckline all the way up to about 105.60. That's with no overshoot, no short coverings. So keep XOM on watch because that is certainly a beautiful looking chart. And then you scroll out, to the hourly or to the 4 hour. Look at this tight range that we've been trading in. Very tight range. It's coiling. Daily chart, big coiling price action in the high of this bull flag range, right above that EMA 113, this orange moving average. This is going to break out very soon. Very, very soon, in my opinion. Could it be tomorrow? Could it be today? Odds are it could even be today based off of this intraday price action. And look what oil is just doing. Look at oil just grinding. You had that fundamental, you had the oil inventories come out yesterday and showed a significant decrease in the demand, which was certainly interesting in my point of view. But remember, market's always forward looking. So even though it showed a weakening in demand based off of the inventories, you still have the markets forward looking maybe to the summer months in North America, spring and summer months where typically seasonality is more bullish and stronger. So I still remain bullish on oil. And then you obviously had, 2 days ago, you had Putin come out and said no more gas to anyone a part of NATO or the NATO. So shutting off the gas. Obviously, there's still workarounds. India, China can still sell to NATO, which they likely do. But look at this oil. It's just a massive, massive grinder. Huge grinder. And that's also going to put pressure on the indices, right? Major headwind on oil. Imagine we have nat gas and oil start to break out simultaneously. Then you have both the oil and gas sector, natural gas sector at least, applying more pressure to the overall market. Oil trying to break out above this little basing formation.
Okay, I just tagged in the trend line that I took it off of.
It's recapturing the 11 o'clock low.
So a lot of the mega caps are starting to flip back green. You still have Apple and Microsoft slightly down on the session. Microsoft's looking to flip back to the green side. You have NVIDIA still up 1.73%. So semis are still remaining firm, even though the Qs did dip negative there. Bitcoin went slightly negative. Coin slightly negative. Tesla down 1%. SMCI up 6. Wonderful. Oil's still climbing higher. Mara trying to make us green here on this Mara trade, guys. Mara's got this little bit of a hourly chart support at this EMA 113. I expect a retrace on Mara from this little down move. Let's just see this reversal candle down. You know, Mara should retrace at the minimum to this 2650 zone, 2650 zone. That also aligns with your EMA 113. Bitcoin has firmed up, put in a little bit of a 10-minute bottoming tail. Indices have had a really big bounce off of the lows. I'll be back momentarily, guys. I just have to try to see what I can make for some food here. Got to keep it healthy still. Feel myself right. It's still only 12 o'clock today, but getting a little bit hungry at the moment. So I'm going to keep watching things. I'll keep the stream going. If anything changes regarding the positions, I will let you know, and I'll jump right back on. Michael, 3 to 4 minutes till QQQ drops again. Yeah, you know, it could be. Dollar's still at the highs. QQQ got a nice little bounce. It's back into its first little resistance points. You're seeing the Dixie also starting to push up again. You are seeing the Dixie starting to push up again. Hey Ram, so many times your stream ends and have to start again. Happens every day, not
Oh, let's go. Come on. still buying this up here?
Yeah.
Oh, that's,
I mean, I'm out. I'm flat. I'm just watching this. Really.
I'm here for it.
No, Ryan, I saw that 30-minute, and I was like, there's no way they're not going to send us another 50 minutes.
Yeah, there's a 15 minutes emulsion.
Take back everything I said about hammers earlier. That is an impressive hammer.
Well, they are. They do give you a fall.
That's 30 minutes. Right off the trend line, too. It was a tough buy. I was going a little bit on that one.
Guess what it hit? The 9 daily EMA. That was it.
No way.
Yep.
Dollar making a new high of day, guys. Dollar is making a new high of day.
Just leave it. $7 9 2. Yeah, that was it, baby.
Yeah, it is.
It just looks so weird because they're right.
Markets are squeezing higher here. Markets are squeezing higher.
I made one mistake. I thought they were going to hold and drop.
Let's go.
What a rip back on the Qs, guys. What a rip.
Let's go. Oh, let's go.
How crazy is that?
It is after.
Tesla's still down 1%, kind of lagging the Qs and the SPY. Mara is starting to firm up. We're almost in the money on that trade now. So Mara is starting to firm up.
Weird way to say all-time high chart. Now, that would be insane though. We did make it there.
Oh, I was just surprised.
145 more points.
18, well, the high that said, well, I don't know. Because I would just try to make the high that.
Oh yeah, that's a much more attainable one. I definitely don't. I would be blown away if we made a new all-time high. I would love to just sit this runner the rest of the day.
All right, Mara just went break even for us, guys. Mara did just go break even.
Oh, yeah, this one too. Both of them. Longs at 905. We're up 90 points right now.
So Ram, just to let you know, one of the other members, and thank you for that response, Mike. I appreciate that. So Ram, one of the members said that the stream used to cut in and out for him as well. That's when he was viewing it on TradingView, and then he switched to YouTube. So it's a really good piece of advice. Thanks, Mike. I appreciate that. So I guess there might be some sort of a connection issue or laggy connection with TradingView. The stream seems to be a little bit more better on YouTube. So I do simultaneous. You can find me on YouTube at Trading Capital Inc. Trading Capital Inc. So definitely check it out. Hopefully that helps. QQQ obviously got right back to that point of sell-off. So there's a chance that we can retest a little bit lower, maybe even 50% of this move. But as of now, I mean, the Q's had a pretty ferocious bounce back up to the high side. Our Mara trade is now basically in the money. Our Mara trade is now in the money. We're even seeing oil starting to make new highs as well. Sorry, not oil, WTI, oil. Look at this grind in oil. Wow. Just 1 second, guys. Mara getting rejected there.
into that space, it's gonna be tomorrow.
Freaking guy.
Pretty easy, I believe.
Mara.
Shows like up top, if you're
What are you doing?
check out that tip. I mean, pretty much everybody in the crew here is working with them. Got a lot of credibility here. Definitely check it out. We'll be talking more tomorrow. So. Somebody in my DMs last night was like, "Dan, you could have bought stock in that." Yeah, true. I actually don't know if I have that. Would have been a decent one to do. I don't have enough shares to buy some insurance on that one, personally.
So the market's kind of slowing down at this point, guys. We've, I think, maximized the juice that we have. Still holding a long on Mara. Still holding a long on Boyle. XOM had a breakout out of that inverse head and shoulders that we discussed. So take a look at that nice little breakout. That breakout just needs to be confirmed on the 10-minute chart, which that 10-minute candle closed in 2 minutes. But you did get a 2-minute confirmation. You did get a 3-minute confirmed breakout. No 5-minute yet, but this looks poised, guys. This looks poised to head higher here. Very, very strong oil price. Qs are seeing a little bit of sell side pressure, though, at this level again. Mara coming in just a little bit more now. Ouch.
Guessing SPY running into 21 Savage. 21 EMA is
So semis continue to be monsters. AMD up 5.9, SMCI up 5.67, NVDA up 1.83.
great trade. Thank you, sir.
QQQ running into a little bit of steam here.
Actually upset that I didn't try it.
And no, Sharky, you nailed that.
At 439 Qs, I've been just staring at it, waiting on it, and I bought the dip instead.
That was impressive, Sharky.
XOM having a bit of a failed breakout there on the intraday chart. Couldn't close above that neckline.
Can't settle in this game, so it's not a turn. Back it up. Stop trying to be better. I even the winner. Better.
Dollar putting in new highs still, guys. The DXY is still putting in new highs on the session. You took the XOM trade there, Eric? I mean, yeah, I'm not in it. I mean, I have some calls with members, but I haven't taken the day trade. You can see it had a breakout. Now it's failed on the 1 minute chart, but I mean, you're still in an uptrend. The new neckline is just a bigger target. So, I mean, you had your original neckline, which has failed, and then your new target. The pattern's still justifiable. I mean, you're just building out a bigger right shoulder, which means that it's going to be a more powerful move. Excuse me. Whoa, excuse me. A couple sneezes there. But simply failing at this neckline, if you just remove it, just means that we have a new target to calculate, and it's slightly higher. You can see it's a little bit more juice in the tank. Just a little bit more consolidation equals typically higher prices. So, we could even see XOM now up to 105.77. That's the new upside target based off of this intraday pattern. Will it hit today? I mean, if oil firms back up again, it did have a little bit of a sell-off there. You can see in oil, it's still holding firm on the session inside of this range. Quite a long time. Actually, you can use this pivot zone. You need to get above this little pivot zone on oil, and then XOM can make a bigger move up. Mara kind of failing on us here. Looks like Bitcoin's coming down again. Thanks, Briston. Thanks, Briston. Closed XM at the top. Nice job. Nice job, Eric. Beautiful trade. So Qs have broken out this little neckline here. Potential inverse head and shoulders forming. Really the neckline of this intraday inverse is here. So you could make another high move push on the Qs. Obviously, we have to be aware that you had a big, strong gap up. Market makers took that liquidity, sold into that liquidity. AMD going for a new high of day.
Next month, and we don't want a bunch of people jumping in all at once. We do close off the server. We are closing off the
WTI analysis, please. So oil.
all at the same spot. Everybody's on the same page when we do our trainings and things like that. But today's the last day. If you want to jump in,
Is it class today?
WTI analysis. Ram wants to look at oil.
the system, we
So again, I remain bullish on oil. Has had a little bit of a pullback. What's interesting is, you had that big dip on inventories yesterday. You tried breaking out. Let me just go to the 10-minute chart. So oil inventories, let me erase this box just to clean up the chart. So oil had this big pop yesterday into inventories, and then when inventories came out, had a big sell-off. Oil inventories on the fundamental side showed weaker demand. A couple days ago, you had Putin come out saying he's not supplying gas to the West. So that should help the energy market move higher. But as of now, oil's broken out on this intraday price action. You're coming down the last 20 minutes, retesting your first support. I still remain bullish. I mean, even though there's a chance that oil can just keep chopping in this range, you have triggered a breakout of this hourly inverse head and shoulders. Upside target off of this pattern takes you to 79. When you achieve the 79.75 target on oil on the hourly chart basis, that opens you up to a trigger on the daily basis of this inverse head and shoulders. So this larger daily inverse head and shoulders will be triggered if we get an hourly completion of that smaller inverted head and shoulders in and around here. So I do like to see when smaller patterns start developing inside larger bullish patterns, because once we trigger this bullish pattern, you have a target of 84, 85, and then 90. 90 is the upside move. So it's a pretty powerful play in oil that could come into fruition here. And when markets are forward looking at expecting potentially some summer demand increase, you had GDP still coming at 3.2%, which is showing growth, and that's positive for oil. So there's certainly there's certainly some tailwinds under oil, in my opinion. We haven't officially broken out on the daily, but you've been consolidating above that EMA 113. Let's throw on some other moving averages here. See the 200 as well. You keep wanting to dip below the 200 in blue, and it keeps getting bought back up. So you're consolidating above the 200. That's exceptionally, exceptionally bullish. You're about to get a bullish crossover of the 20. Sorry, that's actually I have the wrong moving average on here. I usually use the 20. So I'm just going to correct this blue one to the 20. Don't know why it's at 25. I might have just been doing some other work. But you're about to get a bullish crossover of the 20 moving average in purple or blue here, and the orange moving average in orange. This is the daily chart. So the 20 is about to cross over bullishly with the EMA 113. Notice when you got that bearish crossover, okay, of those two moving averages, which is right around here. You got the bearish cross of the 20 and the EMA 113. Look what ended up happening, right at that crossover. Big sell-off, bounce, another sell-off, bounce, another sell-off, but just lower choppy price action. So typically when you get the bullish crossover like we did over here, look what happened to oil. Whoops. Oil ended up I got to get this tool off, sorry. Oil ended up getting a massive move up once you got that bullish crossover. So I still remain bullish, fundamentally, technically. I think there's a big case that supports higher oil prices. I really do. DXY still ripping. Look at this move on the Dixie. Whoa, man. That's insane. That's insane. That's really wild price action on the Dixie. It's going to cause more pressure in this market, guys. You're going to see a lot of things start to, I think, unwind here again. This Dixie is way too strong. I mean, I don't know what's pushing this dollar up right now, just pure technicals or fundamentals, but that's a huge move down, or a huge reversal in the Dixie. A beautiful bullish reversal in the DXY, gunning for the highs. Look at that. You're going to charge this pivot. You're going to look to basically challenge this pivot today. That's amazing. That's certainly amazing to see. All right, hopefully this Mara can start to firm up here. Hopefully Mara can start to firm up.
What are y'all doing in Miami? Going me and a bunch of friends. Going to Ultra and then meeting up with nice.
So markets are still trying to firm up here despite the Dixie ripping. Dixie's taking a small little breather. Let's look at the Qs. Qs are still trying to break out of this little bit of a flag pattern. And they are trying to trigger right now. Back to our short level. Pretty amazing to see that we rolled this short all the way down from 437.50 on a 0 DTE play. Boom, and it flushed all the way to that 435 target. Now we're seeing this market move up now. Move up.
Now they're going to flag and go higher.
Yeah. Don't know why. A sharp put on the jazz.
Yep.
Right, once it came down, it started to come down that third time. I was like,
So it does appear the Qs want to move higher. We are at some technical resistance, so this is another short zone. As you can see, people are trying to chase the breakout and being sold into at the moment.
This one's not going to be for the big part. Not at all.
All right, guys, I'm seeing Bitcoin. Thank you, Briston. Thank you. Yeah, I do keep the daily commentary going. It's part of just a part of a little bit of a trial period here. I mean, I've been doing live streams for about, I think I'm coming up on 3 years now. I've been trading for about 11 years, but only been doing live streams here for about 3. So I do plan to keep them going. Eventually, I may incorporate it that, my company, my trading capital company is still in growth stage. I'm still trying to gain a bigger following, larger subscription base, but we are growing, and still a fairly new company that I've opened to the public. But yeah, the day trade streams certainly help gain traction, certainly help people learn my style. And again, not everyone's going to agree with your style in trading. You may hate my style, that's fine and dandy. But there's many different ways to make money. There's also many different ways to lose money. So it's just you have to find who you resonate with. You're not always going to resonate with everyone. I certainly hate some people's styles of trading, and I've had people hate mine. I'm not always profitable, but I try to do my very best, and it's a matter of just staying in the game. Staying in the game for as long as you can. But I appreciate it. Paid for 2 years worth of membership today, Eric. Beautiful. Again, just to make sure, guys, the Trading Capital website, memberships and perks off of tradingcapital.ca. When's your IPO? Yeah. I'm going to IPO right when the economy starts to tank and the Fed turns on the money printer. That's when I'm going to IPO. All right, Boyle starting to move up, so our day trade is working out. Mara is, again, just lagging us here. It's kind of just in its own world here, not really moving up for us in the near term. So Mara is still struggling on the long side here. Boyle again moving up. Let's look back at the Qs. Qs are seeing a little bit of sell side pressure. Mara is seeing more sell side pressure. Again, the dollar's still pushing higher here, guys, and I'm seeing the yields starting to push up simultaneously. So remember how we discussed those headwinds? AMD new 52-week high. Yeah, AMD new 52-week high. That's right. What's the all-time high on AMD? I have to scroll back on my chart here. Oh shit, it's at a new all-time high as well. So is that a new all-time high on AMD? I believe it is. Yeah, it's a new all-time high on AMD. Absolutely. New all-time high, new 52-week high. I'll show you this really cool trend line on AMD though. So take a look at this. So we're going to actually go to the, let me just actually erase all of this. We're going to go to the monthly chart, guys. So you can actually do this with me, but go to your monthly chart on AMD and clearly see a new 52-week high. Let me just make sure that I'm doing it correctly. I want to make sure. So 84. So monthly chart, draw a trend line from this 1984 pivot, 1983 pivot zone, all through this zone here. Look at this, pivots to pivot to pivot. Look what we're tagging today. Pretty wild to see. I mean, I can try to get this in a little bit more accurate based off of that high pivot. But look what we're into today off of a 4-month move. This should be decent resistance. This is another reason we took that day trade short, because we were into this long term. You know, we're talking about a over 45-year trend line. AMD is strong though. I mean, obviously the hype around semis still holding firm, but there's a massive 45-year trend line, monthly chart trend line. Obviously you can linger above this zone for, you know, a little bit longer than what most people think, but at some point that monthly trend line should keep you in check. All right, guys, take a look at Nat Gas. Nat Gas is starting to move. Let's go back to that 10-minute chart. We are starting to get a nice little green stick. Where's the Widowmaker? Where is the Widowmaker? We're now up 17 cents. No, unfortunately, no discount code at the moment. No discount code at the moment, Eric. But the yearly membership is the best option if you're an investor. I mean, obviously, I understand if you just want to try the monthly. That's the cheaper upfront cost, but yearly membership gets you the best deal. It's roughly about a 50% discount. Guys, Nat Gas is starting to rip here. We are long and strong. Boyle, come on, baby. We should retest the high of the day, guys. So we're looking at a retest here. Let me just flip to a little bit larger time frame on Nat Gas. I don't know what happened to that trend line. But you can see Nat Gas wanting to attempt a break out of this trend line. It got rejected here. Now it's coming right back up, guys. We are starting to see Nat Gas outperform a little bit more. Boyle's moving up for us. I'm just going to put a little bit of an in-the-money stop on Boyle just so that we can keep a really high win rate today. And I don't really want to give back any profits nearing the end of the month here. So 1766 stop on Boyle, guys. 1766 stop on Boyle. Let's look back at the QQQ chart. So Qs are really still just trying to form a potential right shoulder here, intraday action. But what makes me skeptical, just look at this beast, guys. Just look at this beast. The dollar is just ripping. I'm surprised we haven't seen the Qs and SPY react worse. We are seeing the Russell coming back down to the low of day. Look at this. But that Dixie's a monster today, guys. That Dixie is a monster. I'm even surprised gold is still holding up as firmly as it is. Silver has sold off a little bit more in comparison to gold, but still holding firm. Bitcoin's under pressure now. Pleased to have you on board. Thank you, Eric. I will send you your welcome email momentarily. Make sure you receive that. Let's flip back to the QQQ chart. A little bit of a dip there on the Qs. Same thing with Mara. Oh, Marathon Digital. Why you got to be so mean to us? Probably should have just taken break even there. You know, sometimes the best traders often know when to take break evens. That's one of the hardest things, I think, is that, you know, when we're down on a trade, sometimes the best thing to do is just walk away and take a break even. But that's one of the hardest things for traders to do and investors is to take a break even on a trade. after being down. It's very difficult. Very unique way to spell your name, Eric with a CH. Haven't really seen that. Almost like E-rich. You're going to get rich. Eric is going to get rich. Is it Eric or is it pronounced a different way? Again, thank you all for the comments here, guys. Appreciate the support. Appreciate the viewership that keeps coming in and out. Arish. Okay, Arish. Perfect. Arish. Thank you, Arish.
KMD, new high today. Let's go. Stuff like it. I still have some $200 fall. And the 20s and the 40s. Oh, yeah, the 260. She's ripping, man. Jeez. That's not good. I mean, ripping face. Look at that.
Jesus, the dollar just keeps flying off the chart. Something is going on here, guys. When you see the dollar making that sort of a move down and then right back up, something underlying is occurring here. Wow.
Yeah, Dixie's been straight up since what, 10 o'clock?
Come on, snowball.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Absolutely, Michael.
Decent place for QQQ to hold right there on that little pullback.
Yeah, unlock some NQ. Let's get them through positions. Does seem like it could be a spot. The risk reward. Yeah, yes. Behind the dollar was
Do I see any good longs right now? Yeah, I do. I do. I like the staple sectors. I do. I like the consumer staples. I like the energy market. Consumer staples. Yeah, I like Procter Gamble here. You can see Procter Gamble broke out of this little bit of a wedge pattern. Broke out of a wedge pattern here. All right, Bitcoin's starting to get heavy here, guys. I'm probably going to cut Mara for a loss here. I just cut Mara for a loss, 25.58. I'm out of Mara. I sold at 25.58. I apologize about that loss. That's our first loss of the day. The reason I'm cutting it here is because I'm seeing heavy price action in Bitcoin. Heavy price action in Bitcoin. We could actually see a sell-off here. Bitcoin making new lows. But I like Procter on the long side here. Procter Gamble. That is a full disclosure, a member trade. You know, I think you can be slightly bullish with small positions in some of the marijuana stocks as we head into this election cycle. Look at Bitcoin sell, guys. And that's all the dollar. That's all the dollar. I'm bullish on dollar. I'm bullish on the 10-year. You know, some members have been trading the home builders here. like KBH, someone brought this target. Like that's a clean breakout. I think you could move is all the way up here, but you know, this pattern has been consolidating beautifully, and it is looking like it wants to push higher.
Dollar's been ripping all day. All day. Just wild.
Oil's actually giving up a lot of the gains that it had. So I think oil's really reacting to the stronger dollar. Same thing with Bitcoin. So oil's actually looking like it wants to fall a little bit here. Qs are still consolidating, but oil's actually coming down pretty hard here, and oil's reacting definitely to the stronger dollar at this point in time. Definitely reacting to the stronger dollar. Let's look at the S&P. Still just consolidating on the 10-minute chart. Potential little head and shoulders formation forming here on the intraday chart. So you have your little neckline zone here on the SPY, and you could be forming a right shoulder. Let's just drop it down to the 5-minute view so you can see the candle formations a little bit better, but you have your right shoulder forming as we speak, and you did form your head up here. So watching out for this pattern here. Definitely watching for this pattern. Obviously your neckline consists of this range down here. So if you were to break that neckline, it's about a $0.6343 move down from the neckline, which puts us back in this long-term parallel channel that I've been watching with members. But yeah, there's just some stocks you can be bullish on. I think just where the indices are trading, you have to be a little bit more defensive. Reason being is because, you know, your stocks are making all-time highs. They're super extended on all valuation metrics, technically, fundamentally. So, I mean, when indices, if they do pull back, obviously it's going to hurt the whole broad market. You know, look at Bitcoin. Bitcoin's selling off a little bit more now. So this is a big technical breakdown. Let's see if we have some support to go long Bitcoin, but this could be a pretty big profit taking. I mean, your first support is going to be at this 3-day moving average, which is sitting at 60,222. Okay, and then let's see if we have 4-hour chart support. I'm just going to throw on some other moving averages here. I'm going to throw on the 50 and the 20, and we'll leave everything else off. So Bitcoin, hourly chart support on Bitcoin sitting around that 60,000 zone, 60,099. 20-minute chart, you're coming up into that EMA 113. You're piercing on the 10-minute chart. So, I mean, let me just quickly work something out here. So, yeah, your first fib zone, you're basically almost tagging right now. I do suspect that since you bounced just briefly above it, you're actually going to pierce through it. I do suspect that you're going to pierce through that fib zone. Qs are trying to break out again and make new highs. We'll see if they are able to do so. Dollar's taking a small breather. Notice when the dollar takes a breather that the oil started to catch a bid. All right, guys, Bitcoin is coming in a little bit sharper now. It is falling a little bit sharper on the charts. A little bit more selling starting, guys, in Bitcoin. A little bit more selling starting in Bitcoin. What's fascinating is I have had a couple messages. Sorry, I'm just seeing your comments now, Ram. Thank you. Beyond is moving up. You can have a look too. I'll look at that. AMD has a new target of 925 from Bank of America. 925? The fuck? Are they insane? That's what they just upgraded to? B of A 925 on AMD? They're insane. That's ridiculous. That's like over what time frame? Like 25 years? Maybe? 925. So they're expecting roughly about a 385% move in AMD. I don't know over what time frame. That would take their market cap right now 304 billion to well over $1 trillion. Well over $1 trillion. Yeah, that's a long shot at the moment, in my opinion. That's certainly not happening today or tomorrow or within any sort of a smaller time frame target. 925. But thanks for that piece of info, Ram. I'll look at news. U.S. mortgage rates rise for a fourth straight week. Yeah, I mean, you still have rates. I still think the market hasn't truly repriced itself. I still think there's a lot of overzealous price action, a lot of speculative money still chasing higher highs. And when you look at the market, I mean, at the beginning of January, we're expecting 7 rate cuts. Now we've moved down to 4 or 5. And then you have Ram telling us that the mortgage rates, Freddie Mac mortgage rates, moving up again. So I still think equities have a significant shot at repricing. It's not happening quite yet. All right, so we're still holding a long on Boyle, guys. BOIL. Still holding this long. Never got stopped out. Gave it a little bit more room to run. Bitcoin coming in a little bit harder now, guys. Let's take a look at these Mara coins. So Mara is still holding up, but it's coming in a little bit. Let's look at Coin. Coin coming in, just a continuous downtrend in Coin. Let's take a peek at Beyond Meat. Fake meat. BYND. Big gap up yesterday. Big reversal down, holding most of the gains. Basically today it's now up 12.4%, pushing near the highs. I still think BYND, based off of this technical price action. Let me just erase them. Let me look at the weekly chart. I still think we get back to about $15 on like a pure short squeeze momentum trade. I do see more upside in BYND. You could take calls about a couple weeks out, maybe 3 or 4 weeks out. For 15, that would be a high risk trade. I mean, it should work out based off of this breakout. But then again, it is a shite company, and it's certainly not posting anything really fundamentally to be impressed about. But technically speaking, I mean, if you get above this pivot, you're going to squeeze to gap, which would be still a pretty big move. I mean, we're talking about almost a 40% move, implied upside from current levels. That would be big.
Just watching this battle on Apple right now. A lot of volume.
Dollar's trying to make another push, guys. Oh, let me clean this QQQ chart up. Sorry, guys. QQQ getting rejected there at the neckline.
Mars down 17%.
Bitcoin's catching a little bit of a bounce here. Just a tiny bounce. Apple curling down, Microsoft curling up, NVDA curling down, Tesla curling up. Tesla, there could be a long trade on Tesla, guys. Let's look at Tesla. It is when NVIDIA was upgraded to 1,075. Oh, okay, I see. Oh, wait till the next PPI numbers. Yeah, I mean, exactly. This market is so data dependent. I don't even think this gap up was justified just by simply having the, what was the data set? It's forgetting my mind now. What was it that came out today? The PCE, sorry, the core PCE. I mean, I don't even think today's move was justified on the core PCE front. I think inflation, those numbers aren't really, I think, a good accurate measure of inflation when you extrapolate food and energy. I don't understand why they use that metric. We all have to eat. We all have to use energy. It's just a weird phenomenon to me. It's almost like they try to cook the books off of those numbers and then they get a quick market pump. Some data sets I do firmly believe that they're designed to basically just give huge algorithmic swings in the market. And then that causes retail investors to chase. Had you chased the gap up today, you would have been underwater. I'm looking at Tesla, I'm looking at the Qs, very similar setups here. Tesla could be breaking out. One thing that's concerning, Apple lagging right now. Apple's actually coming down, not really forming the same pattern as the Qs. Then again, Microsoft is trying to firm up here. But I'm looking at a Tesla long, guys.
Even me, I'm gonna throw up. Dude, I would. Oh my gosh, I would fucking cry, bro. That shit would be legendary. Now, I'll just wear a tight pair of pajamas. There you go. Oh, God.
All right, so Qs are trying to break out here, guys. There is a decent amount of upside off of this reversal pattern if it does break out. You're talking about a 0.6%, $2.60 potential rally from the neckline. Does that complete today? I don't think so. I think the dollar market remains slightly too strong for that to occur. Obviously, if the dollar softened, maybe we could push up, but we'll see. Just going to flip these charts around, put Boyle down here and the QQQ chart up here. We're up about 19 cents on the Boyle trade. Bitcoin's still really heavy in this range. Yeah, I agree. Pulling food and energy is not real numbers. It's not in the real world. Last time I checked, we still need to heat our houses. We still need to cool our houses. We still need to put gas in our car. We still need to put electric in our car. We still need to charge our batteries. We still need to charge our phones. We still need to eat. I do intermittent fasting, but damn, I still need to eat. Bitcoin making new lows, guys. Bitcoin is making new lows. I'm actually going to grab some profits on my Boyle here, guys. I just took my Boyle profit here. About 20 cents a share, sold at 17.78. I do expect more upside, but I just want to pull these profits here and close another winning trade. Just want to look at that Mara position again. It is trying to firm up, but still weak on the session. So we'll look at the Russell 2000. Russell hasn't broken out yet, but trying to put in some consolidation. This is still technically all bearish consolidation in this bar. You really need to get a close above this red bar for the Russell to basically re-challenge higher. If you can get above this red bar high, you're going to go back to this previous little gap at 203, 204. You can see the Qs are trying to break out. Let's just mimic the dollar as well, because I want to keep that dollar on watch because it is above that 104 critical zone. Yeah, that's pretty funny, Michael. I might steal that. Exactly. It's like your report card, right? You get an A+ average, but you take away your math numbers. For me, I was okay to keep my math, but you strip my physics grades out, and I was also an A+ student. Pretty funny. As of now, predictogram, team bullish wolves. My team is looking like we're going to win the season. We're pulling away from second place on the session. Bitcoin's still coming in, guys. Bitcoin's still coming in. Dollar's softening just a little bit. You can see the Qs are breaking out here, guys. So this QQQ chart is remaining more structurally bullish at this point in time. So next resistance. I'm still not taking longs here. We've made enough money here. If there's some sort of a grand slam setup, I will look to trade it. But at this point in time, we've made a healthy amount today, closed many different winners on the session. And we are seeing the indices continuing to climb here. SPY pushing up, Qs are pushing up. Qs look like they want to retest pre-market high. So you are seeing some firming up in the price action. Gold is not giving up. No, gold's holding. Gold's holding. Gold and dollar are holding. Look at the KRE again. I haven't checked out KRE in a long time. I haven't discussed regionals. So let's look at the daily chart of these regionals. Not a healthy chart on regionals. I mean, not a healthy chart at all. What's interesting about the dollar and gold holding firm together today, and you're also seeing bonds catch a bid, perhaps there's some more regional stress about to occur. Regional charts are not looking as strong as the indices. You had the Russell try breaking out today of a massive multi-year range, and it failed. Comparing the Russell and regionals are definitely lagging. And the fact that you're consolidating underneath this pivot zone does not bode well. So perhaps one of the reasons we're seeing tech gain some more money flow, we're seeing the dollar gain more money flow, we're also seeing bonds gain more money flow, and we're seeing gold gain more money flow today. So there's a couple interesting correlations diverging, right? Typically when the dollar is strong, which it is today, gold is weak. But you're right, gold hasn't budged. So what that's telling me is maybe there's some fear and some protection being accumulated in the gold and dollar market. And then obviously you're seeing people crowd back into tech because they have the biggest moats. So maybe there's a little bit of fear creeping into the market that is at the initial stages, and we're seeing that same sort of scenario that people started heavily going into tech, People started going to the dollar, and people started buying bonds right before that regional bank debacle. Now, the difference is that discount window is running live. The Fed is forcing market regional banks that are stressed to actually tap that discount window. But it's pretty interesting to think about. It's quite interesting to think about. Microsoft pushing higher. Qs are still charging. Amazon curling down. Bitcoin still negative, slightly negative on the sessions, now down 2.21%. Still extremely positive. I mean, you're still above the short-term moving average on the daily chart. You're above the 3-day moving average. So it just shows you how, even with a 2% correction, for it to still be above the short-term moving average is pretty good signs of strength. Guys, I'm going to take another stab at AMD on the short side. Just shorted AMD at 189.47, 189.47. This is a 1/4 position. 1/4 position short on AMD. I'm expecting the Qs to retrace back to the neckline, which should give us a little bit of a pullback. But we're short on AMD again, 189.47. 189.47. You can also go long the SOXS. It's at double bottom. That would be a levered play, so just size accordingly. Oh, sorry, Ram. I see your message here, Mara. Okay, let me read this message. You recommend if you someone buy $29 calls and put 20. All right, let me pull up the Mara chart. Just going to erase everything here to clean it up. So if you bought a $29 call, I'm just going to isolate your levels here. $29 call and a $27 put. Put for red, call for green. I'd just be careful on the call side. I think, obviously your put is a $27 put. You're already way below that. I know you're trying to hedge yourself. Hedges are tough. I mean, I prefer to hedge myself doing pairs trade. I don't, from my experience, when I enter a long or call position, I very rarely hedge myself. I'll only hedge myself, on the options plays going into earnings if I'm feeling a little bit more speculative. But I often don't like to hedge myself because, in a way, if you're confident in one trade, sure, I mean, it's risk management hedging. But if you're confident in a trade, typically if you're batting a higher percentage and you're already using appropriate position sizing, you don't really need a hedge. You just got to know your risk and your reward. You stop out of the trade for your loss. Simply that. I find hedging actually personally wastes money. The way I do hedge is I like to do pairs trading, right? Say some opportunity. It's hard, sometimes you can do in the semiconductor space where you say you long NVDA, short Micron, or that's not what I'm saying I'm doing, but There's often scenarios where you can long something in a sector and short something. So like you look at, say, XLK, you like to dive deep into some of the tickers in there. There's some that underperform, there's some that outperform. So finding the relative strength plays and going along those names, and then finding the relative weakness names and going short those names. That's how I prefer to hedge, because often you can actually have both trades work out in favor. When you're buying, calls on $29 calls on Mara and $27 puts on Mara, it's I feel like it's almost wasting money. Right now, I wouldn't even touch the call side on Mara, personally speaking. I would not touch the call side. Just look how relatively weak it's been, Mara. You're almost ending the month with a week, or the week with a weekly topping tail. So Mara has failed to break out so far, in my opinion, on the daily chart. And Bitcoin and ETH and the whole total crypto market cap has just been roaring. So, I mean, I understand why you're trying to hedge, but yeah, and I mean, I would rather much use a stop loss versus a call or put hedge. You just never know how these options contracts work out, right? Options are a slippery slope. I was reading an article a couple years back, and I'm sure it's even worse now with zero DTEs, because people just get chopped up all around the place. Even myself, like I said earlier in the stream, I have a way better success rate just trading commons versus options. I know options are super juiced and can make you a whole host of money, but I'm in this for the long term. I'm here to survive. Sure, I'd love to make grand slam hits every day, but that's just not the most probable scenario. I'd rather take those smaller gains and compound them over the long term. It's tough to get that greedy bone out of our way, but it's imperative to try to check that back and stay a little bit more cautious in the market. But yeah, I would much rather use a stop loss than hedging. I do hedge from time to time in earnings. Like for instance, I'm short NVIDIA into earnings. It popped, but I took NVIDIA calls. And what did they make? I took SMCI calls and NVIDIA calls going into the earnings. And I mean, they banked on us. So, that's a way that I hedge into earnings. If I'm short something or long something, you can hedge a little bit there. Like for instance, when I took the hedge on the SMCI call and the NVIDIA call, I made about 440% on SMCI and just under 160% on NVIDIA. So that's a way that I do hedging. But just typical regular price action, I like to just bet one way because I'm confident in my trade setup. I only like to take confident setups. Sure, obviously I'm wrong from time to time, but I don't like to hedge in that style that you proposed. But that's just me. I mean, you have a risk tolerance, you have a risk management system. It could work out for you. You could end up making both trades work. It's risky. Say your Mara put here, or sorry, say your Mara put started to print, you kept going lower, lower, lower. It would be prudent to take profits, but then what are you going to do? You're going to average down on your other call position. And then what happens if that keeps going lower and lower and lower and you don't get that bounce you're looking for and you run out of time on those options? So it can get messy. You could basically have your hedge strip away all of your full profits and go negative based off of the time factor. It's a tough business, right? It's a tough business. Yeah, nat gas is looking really, really solid. Nat gas is looking really, really solid. Good to see. So right now we are just short AMD again. It's had a stellar move. You're way, way overbought intraday. Daily chart, hourly chart. Putting in a little bit of a slight bearish divergence. I mean, AMD's PE is now trading at 363. That's insane. That's insane. Qs are still grinding higher here. Mara trying to push up. Let's see the Qs. Qs are still pushing. QQQ resistance. You're coming up into this 438 zone. I'm interested in maybe shorting here. I am interested in maybe shorting the Qs again. Hopefully that analysis helped Ram. You know, it's always tough. It's always tough giving guidance on options. It's very tough. All right, guys, I'm going to be right back. I just have to take my dog out to do his business before you start hearing a husky howling and barking. I'm still short. Oh, there he is. He's going crazy now. Okay, Ghosty, I'll take you out. Just be right back, guys. Still holding AMD short here, and we'll manage the position accordingly. Just give me a sec, guys. Sign me up there, Mike. I'll definitely go fishing. You know, that's the tough lessons, right? The greed factor, you know, we get too confident in a way. I've been on that end too. I've been on that absolute end. Same thing. But yeah, it's smart to sometimes just turn away. I'll tell you a story about one of the trading years that I had when I come back. Alright guys, I'm back here in front of the computer. I am just going to be eating some lunch, so I'll have my mic muted, but I am in front of the screen here. Still holding a short on AMD. We're seeing the Qs trying to get above this resistance. You can see this resistance trend line goes all the way back. I'm going to draw this. I'm going to go all the way back on the charts for you guys. But you can see it connects all the way to your August 2022 pivot. I have to go to the weekly chart. But that trend line that we're bumping into goes all the way back to your COVID low, intersects through this pivot high here, and that's what you're tagging intraday as we speak. So that's a long-term trend line that we're bumping up into, trying to get above it. If you get above it, next resistance is around 439.60. Qs are trying to get above it right now. And you do have this parallel channel as well. Actually, just gonna notice how the Qs retested that channel earlier today and got sold off. Seems to me that they're wanting to push it again. The dollar has weakened a little bit here. Mega cap tech is seeing much of the capital rotating into it. Russell has not firmed up. Russell was the leading indice on the session. Now the Qs are. So the Russell has not firmed up as much as the Qs have, which again is telling me that a little more money is flowing into the Magnificent Seven. You have natural gas coming down a little bit, seeing a little bit of a sell side pressure. I'm going to short the Qs up here, guys. 438.56, 438.56. It's a 1/4 position short the Qs. 438.56. Next ad levels all the way up here, 439.16. Let's see what action we can get. All sectors are starting to turn green. You still have the DJI slightly negative, financials slightly negative, and healthcare slightly negative. Bitcoin selling off more, losing 61,000 as we speak. Qs did recapture that bullish pre-market high. Tesla's still weak on the session. Bitcoin's down 2. Nat gas is just slightly green. What's interesting is you have a big divergence in nat gas and oil. Oil's actually down 1.63. Nat gas is up. You can see AMD trying to push higher here. Let's see if we're going back to that original channel, which kept us in check. So you have that channel there. And you have this channel here. So we're going to use this channel. And then we'll use this channel. So next ad is basically right in this vicinity up here. 190, 191. If it gets there. See the Qs are starting to come in a little bit here. Absolutely, Ram. Portfolio management should always be kept into consideration. We are seeing Bitcoin coming down a little bit more again. Bitcoin is starting to weaken again. Qs are still holding firm. AMD still holding firm. Big bearish divergence on the intraday chart of AMD. You can see AMD put the RSI high all the way up here at 93. That was all the way down here at this candle. Then we've been putting in lower highs on the RSI ever since, with higher highs in the price action. So at some point, I do think AMD is going to have a correction. You know, this was your biggest correctionary phase here. So if we take this gap up zone and this high pivot zone, you can clearly see that AMD corrected just below the 236 fib level, just above the 382 zone. So now if we draw that same analysis forward, this is a little bit of a learning, teachable moment. You take that same analysis, right? AMD should retest the first fib level, if not the second fib level here at 185. So again, simply speak, this is your previous move. This is using a little bit of historical analysis, but it's short-term historical price action. Not many traders will do this, but you take that original gap up, your original high of day pullback, dipped you right into that, right below that 236. Now you take that similar move right up to your high of day. It should follow a same sort of dipping pattern. So I'm still expecting AMD to fall, probably to retest this 187 range. That would align with the Qs, probably retesting this zone over here. So let's see if that comes to fruition. You're welcome anytime in Colorado. Got some great rivers and UT. Nice. I'm pretty upset about it. Learn from motivated learner back. Hey, you know, that's the right thing. Keep being motivated. Keep being motivated. You know, a loss is often the best lesson that we can have. Which reminds you, I was going to tell you a story about one of my best trading years. You know, I more than doubled my trading portfolio in less than 1 year. Made one of my clients about 79%. Made a couple other people massive amounts. And then the next year, I got too overly confident. I started going away from my risk management, my sizing in portfolios. So I started thinking I was invincible in the market, and I went in way too heavy. Instead of having 4 different levels, I just went in 1 or 2 levels, and I got my ass handed to me. I lost a huge significant percentage of my portfolio. I literally would have been better to just take a very long 6-month extravagant vacation, and I still would have been up. But I gave it back. I got my ass handed to me. I put in so many hours, and I get my ass handed to me. So I think, sizing down is never a bad thing. Using that risk management, taking a break, going fishing, going to do something else, clear your headspace. It's never a bad thing, in my opinion. A little bit more of a dip coming into the Qs here. A little bit more of a dip. So volume on the SPY today is pretty light, only trading 32.2 million shares. So it's probably going to be a below average trading session. So typically that lighter volume does favor upside. So if we start selling off on light volume, that's telling me that there's buyers are exhausted up here. There's not really too many buyers stepping in because typically when the volume is light, there's just really no sell side pressure. So if you have a light volume day on and it induces sell side pressure, that's not a good sign. It's not a good sign, personally speaking, from my experience seeing that. So SPY is probably going to get to about maybe 50, 60 million shares, probably about 60 million shares. QQQ right now, let's do a volume check. On my other screen, we're trading currently 26.34 million. The 20-day average volume is 42.5. So it's going to be a light volume day on the Qs unless some sort of event transpires here. So we're now flat on AMD, in the money on our QQQ short. Let's see if we can gain a little bit more traction. Again, Bitcoin is still weakening here, guys. I think one of the reasons you've had semiconductors still so strong because there's so much hype in the crypto space, so much hype in Bitcoin. I think that semis and Bitcoin are probably going to top together. We're almost at that downside target, intraday downside target on Bitcoin. Remember, we said this head and shoulders likely gets you moved down to the 60,000. There will be some support there. You can still break that, believe it or not. You can break it. Let's just see. Let's throw in a fib retrace, though, from this low to high move. So, the thing about this head and shoulders target intraday, it's really not at any sort of Fibonacci zone level. Whoops, let me quickly correct that. So, Bitcoin could even flush lower than that target. Your first fib support, you can clearly see we bounced here a little bit, got back above it, weak bounce. Now we're coming back below that first fib. So next fib is sitting at 59,000. So you can clearly see there was a big sell-off that took you down to that level. So there will be a whole host of support there. That's maybe where we're going to retest. And the price action in Coinbase and Mara are certainly not positive. When the market is strong across all indices and you have crypto still selling off, that's not a good sign for Bitcoin at this moment in time. Again, I was saying earlier that I was getting a lot of, not a lot, but a couple different messages regarding people worried about shorting Bitcoin at these levels, expecting Bitcoin to maybe go to 100K here. Absolutely, Ram. You're welcome for the story. War experience makes us a better warrior for the next war. Absolutely. Couldn't agree. Honestly, that's what we're in here. We're swimming in shark-infested waters. There's I'm still considered a small fish in the market, even though I've done really well for myself. There's much bigger players that arguably have much more. We're trading against Pelosi. We're trading against a lot of politicians who govern the laws that manipulate stocks. On that note, let's check at Pan W, Nancy Pelosi's latest position. So what did Nancy pick the bottom off of this earnings gap down? Massive run up. Even though Nancy's in, I still have to lean a little bit more bearish off of this name. You are back above that EMA 113. You can see previous gap downs were bought back up, but there's going to be a lot more choppiness, I think, in this range. Eventually, I do think Pan W goes back up to the all-time highs. But right now, you're just still inside of a big weekly bear bar, and I could see this retesting this zone here. Let me just get my drawing tool out. I could see us retesting that zone. There's a weekly gap fill sitting right at this 207 level. Let's see if there's any coinciding factors here. Fib level. So, I mean, yeah, there's a 618 sitting at 227 right at the top of this range, box range. So I like Pan W in and around this 223, 210 range. That's probably where I would start accumulating on the long side. Let's keep looking at AMD. AMD gunning for new highs or what? We'll see. Bitcoin's looking really heavy here, guys. Really, really heavy. Did Bitcoin put in a new high of day? No, it did not. What I'm curious, imagine Bitcoin loses this whole weekly candle and closes with a weekly topping tail. That would be insane. 3 days left in the weekly candle. But Bitcoin's looking very heavy here, guys. Very, very heavy. Take a look at that. It's going to make new lows on the session. It's going to make new lows. How low can you go? Dollar's fading, though. So that should help Bitcoin in theory, but Bitcoin's still selling off despite the dollar. Oh my goodness, I was going through all of these sectors and there was no sound. Thanks for letting me know, Ram. I appreciate that. Sorry about that, guys. Let me restart that. I'm going to start with XLK because it's probably the most interesting sector, the heaviest weighted. But looking at the monthly chart of XLK, technology, heavy domination with Microsoft. But technology is trying to break out on the monthly chart. Remember, today's the last month in the trading session, so we get a monthly candle. And then tomorrow we also get a weekly candle. So pretty cool to see that we get a monthly candle on a Thursday, and then a Friday we get another weekly candle. So nevertheless, XLK is trying to break out of this monthly resistance, pivot high from all the way back your 2000 zone. You're connecting with your pivot high right here in 2021, and you can clearly see you got that one breakout candle in the monthly chart last month, and you're trying to confirm above it today. This could be a monthly chart breakout. Now the high pivot is 206.15. You need to hold above that on the XLK in order to confirm this breakout. Now the only thing I don't like about the XLK is it is skewed by a huge weighting of Microsoft. So, you know, even if Microsoft holds firm, you know, there could still be a lot of weakness in other names, but we're going to watch it. We're going to watch for about 17 cents. Right now we're above it. But the markets, if we get a close on XLK above this 206.15 zone, that's a monthly technical chart breakout. So we're going to watch that closely as the day progresses. Obviously, the Qs selling off aren't going to help this monthly chart breakout. Right now, the level is 206.15. And if you get close above that on the session today, it's a monthly chart breakout. Now, just because something breaks out doesn't mean you chase it in full port. You have to be very cautious. Let's look at materials XLB. All right, XLB, another sector that has broken out to the high side here. Definite, clearly daily chart breakout. You can see your resistance trend line has broken out. You'll have resistance at these previous highs. That's where it looks like materials wants to go. But a nice, beautiful bull flag pattern has broken out. You know, take a look at this this is picture perfect technical setup. A big retrace right into a key support moving average and a nice technical breakout. This has upside to about 92.74, which would put you just above a new all-time high price. So we'll see if that can keep rallying forward here. Obviously, if the markets sell off, this is not immune to going lower. Let's look at XLC communications. So communications has just been consolidating a range. It's been range bound ever since you had the gap up on Meta's earnings. You know, it's showing pretty strong resiliency even with the underperformance in Google as of late. But the thing about this sector is Meta has roughly a 20% weighting, which is heavily skewed. You know, for one stock to hold a 20% weighting in this ETF, it's a little skewed in one direction. So take that with a grain of salt. All right, energy, XLE. Still holding bullish consolidation. You know, the nice thing about this is you're starting to flatten out this EMA 113 by closing and consolidating above it. And this is a nice flag pattern that is developing on energy, which suggests higher price in oil. Now, once this moving average starts to curl to the upside, it tends to push price action a little bit higher. So notice how when you started curling up here, went higher. Notice when the moving average was sloping down, it started to sell off. Right now we're above it and we're flattening it out. That's a bullish sign. I still think this moves higher in the coming weeks. All right, financials have been an absolute monster of a sector. When I say monster, just look at this chart. You know, you're on the weekly chart. Look at that move. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 weeks up in a row. You are approaching a heavy resistance point. Your previous high is all the way up here at 41.78. So there's a lot of resistance in this range. You're getting super overbought on the weekly RSI time frame, and you could be due for a little bit of a pullback in the short term. So, I mean, I wouldn't chase financials up here, but it does appear financials want to push for that double top. So we'll watch it closely. And I think double top is still a short, just how fast you've gone from the low to the high end of this range. Now, if you start putting in sideways consolidation for a couple weeks, then it does shape up that you want to blast through that double top. So we're going to watch it closely here. We will watch it closely. All right, let's move along to the next sector, which is industrials. Industrials have been a monster sector too. Look at that move on industrials, a clear technical breakout. Down sloping trend line broke out here. Flat bottom, more conservative traders broke it out here. And you're just seeing this move 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 weeks of consecutive upside. You had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 weeks here of consecutive upside and then a little few week pullback. So this is now done almost a measured move. 7 weeks up, little consolidation, another 7 weeks up. It's due for a pullback. I do have an upside target of about 124 to 125, but it's due for a pullback here in my opinion. We're seeing the Qs run into a little bit of sell side pressure here at the moment. Still holding that AMD and Q short position. We're in the money on AMD and we're in the money on the Qs. I will keep progressing through the sectors here. Let's see what XLK is doing with this little down candle. Still holding above that 206.15 zone. That's what I'm watching. I'm very curious to see if it can close above there today. All right, Staples weekly chart. Notice this bearish wedge over here ended up playing out perfectly, broke down. Now you're actually above this previous bear consolidation range, and XLP, in my opinion, looks pretty poised for a technical breakout. You haven't officially broken out yet. You're trying to, though. You're at this top of this resistance and you're trying to break out. But Staples, I think, will break out. You know, Staples kind of remind me of XLV. Notice the wedge pattern that healthcare traded into. So healthcare had this little wedge pattern. Let me erase that. So healthcare had this wedge pattern, got into the resistance, and ended up breaking out. I think Staples are shaping up for a potentially very similar move. Nice wedge pattern is forming. You're at the top of resistance. We should see that breakout. A little extended. I mean, maybe you can check back to 72 or even fill this technical gap at 73 and a quarter, but it is looking like it wants to probably continue higher here. It's consolidating nicely. All right, XLRE. XLRE is actually the best performing sector today. Nice little breakout above this range here. I think if you hold above this red bar reversal down, that's a nice technical sign, a bullish sign. So I'd encourage you to mark that on your chart because this one appears it wants to go back to the highs here. Again, it's performing well today because rates were lowered. You can clearly see there will be resistance from this trend line. So a little bit more upside in the juice before you hit some really strong long-term resistance. Hey Naresh, welcome to the stream. AI Octa NTX. Yeah, you did mention AI. I do remember that one. That one had a nice pop on earnings. AI did have a nice pop on earnings. Octa 2. Let's just keep scrolling through these sectors. We've got 3 more and then we'll look at some individual charts. Utilities right now tagging some daily resistance at the EMA 113. I think this chart is going to see some capital rotate into it from, say, the technology space. You know, the only thing that concerns me is that if rates do push back up, utilities are very sensitive to rates. I think risk to reward basis, though, this sector does favor some longs. If I were to go long XLU, enter here, I would put my stop loss basically around this $60, this low pivot here. Stop out if a daily close below this low pivot. All right, XLV under pressure today. It is weak in a strong market. So XLV was once upon a time the leading sector. Take a look at that breakout. Now it's just consolidating, giving back a little bit of some gains. Eli Lilly taking a breather, UNH, a couple other healthcare names. Just consolidating. It's still technically okay, XLV. I mean, I imagine, let's see where the 20 moving average is. You're actually tagging that today, kind of just slightly above it. Your 50-day, I imagine a pullback to the 50-day could be bought. I think that's a likely scenario to have this previous support zone. You probably want to retest these high pivots over here. So I think if we get a pullback in healthcare into this zone, the 50 will likely be in this region somewhere here, and that probably could be bought. We'll take a look at SC. We are seeing the markets trying to push up here. Still got to do XLY. It's an important sector. Yeah, so SC has earnings today. Does look like it wants to push into this gap fill zone. So, I mean, it's probably you can do some $56, $57 calls as a nice little earnings gamble. Just be word to the wise. Here you had SC reverse on earnings. Here you had SC gap down on earnings. Will they diverge from the trend and push up? Time will tell. It is looking more bullish, though. You could have another 15% upside move in SC. All right, guys, I just added to my AMD short at 190.75. 190.75. Still holding our QQQ short off this 438.56 level. So oil coming down, helping the indices here. Bitcoin's trying to hold around that 60,800 zone. BYND, does it look good for a swing trade? Bought at 11.09 yesterday. Let's take a look. BYND. Excuse me. Oh, excuse me. Got some yawns. I don't know. It feels like a Friday to me. We did exceptionally well today, and we're just taking it slow. We've closed massive amounts of winners. Only one loss on Mara. Still have 2 more trades on the books. We've closed 12 winners today, 1 loser, and riding 2 more. All right, let's look at this BYND. So one of the viewers, Ram, bought BYND yesterday at 11.09. 11.09. Obviously, it's a positive that BYND is getting a daily close, what looks to be a daily close above this high pivot zone. Again, this has a high short interest name. We did discuss this earlier. It does look like, based off of this gap up, that they want to squeeze it to at least this 15.25, 15 and a quarter zone. I do expect that very likely target to be hit. You know, the big squeeze comes in once you clear this earnings reversal. Look at that volume. You get above this volume from yesterday, and this thing's going to make a monster move, in my opinion. So, I mean, it's looking very, very positive here. Intraday action. You can almost argue that today it's triggered an inverse head and shoulders. So it's showing huge accumulation here. You can say it's triggered this pattern here. Your neckline would be drawn from this pivot to there. You've broken out on the 10-minute chart. You need to get a little bit more of a confirmed candle, but this implies a move of roughly 23%. You know, and that's without any squeeze, right? Large short interest name. So yeah, for a swing, it doesn't look bad. You know, obviously just understand that this one has a huge risk to it, right? It could gap down on you overnight, could pump. There's just a lot more risk in it. QQQ trying to break out of this range, so tech is looking like it wants to trend higher here. So Qs are trying to break out of the range. There goes AMD, putting in new highs. Again, next ad level in our QQQ short is about 439.17. We still only have a 1/4 entry. AMD, we have a 2/4 position, so a half position. Next ad level is above this 190-140 zone. Qs are trying to grind. Microsoft, Google, Meta, all pushing. Tesla, still seeing weakness in Tesla. Poor Tesla. Does not want to firm up. Oh, excuse me. Sorry, guys. I just had some lunch and now I need another coffee. But I'll probably just stick with my H2O. So as of now, it does look like that XLK wants to have a monthly chart breakout. SPY Qs are ripping here. SPY and Qs are ripping. Nat gas is falling. Tesla curling down. A little bit of a pullback in the Qs. We still remain short. Nat gas had a really big dump. All right, I'm going to flip back to the natural gas chart, guys, because we may have another trade on Boyle here. Remember, we traded that earlier. Nat gas is dumping here. So let's just see. I still have that 184.44 zone as a retrace. So I'm watching it on my other screen. I'm going to keep Boyle up because that's the ETF I will be playing if we flush that 184 zone. But keep that on watch. Keep it on watch. Still remaining short the Qs, but I am interested in a long on Nat Gas. Take a look at this bearish pattern that Nat Gas has just triggered. So remember, Nat Gas has just been consolidating all day, and now we're selling off. We're also selling off in the market. So Boyle has a gap fill here. These are some heavy candles, guys. All right, get ready. I may go long Boyle here. I'm looking at it very closely. Watching Boyle very, very closely here. Snow has been nice today for scalping, but exited too soon, I guess. Thanks for joining the stream, Kahoo. Yeah, Snow, Snow's been under pressure, right? Or has it been? Yeah, Snow had that big gap down. Many people were bullish on this name. Many people were bullish on this name. Big gap down. But yeah, it's certainly been nice. I mean, it's a tight range. You've still had that big bar, and then it's been really tight. Let's just flip back to that Boyle position. I'm still riding the QQQ short. We're in the money now nicely. Looking at a Nat Gas long, I would love to see a retrace. There's this breakout inverted head and shoulders pattern. Could flush through there, but we're going to take a stab at it on the long side again. Still holding an AMD short and a QQQ short. Let's see if we can get another long trade, guys. Again, we've already closed 13 winning trades today. 12 winning trades, 1 losing trade, all typically during the morning action. Most of you caught that with us. We're in a QQQ short right now in the money, which will be our 13th win. And then AMD, we are just basically slightly down by about 20 cents on the trade. Hopefully Nat Gas can flush a little bit more. I'm looking at the 184 level on Nat Gas. This is the Boyle chart. I've got Nat Gas on my other screen. So once Nat Gas hits that 184 zone, or if it hits it, I'm looking at a position on the long side. Just a day trade. Just a day trade. All right, Qs are coming in pretty sharply here. Apple, Tesla, Google, everything's curling down. Everything is curling down. All right, Nat Gas is getting a pretty big bounce. I'm going to flip back to AMD. Nat Gas is getting a really big bounce here. We are now back in the money on AMD. Still in the money on the Qs. Looking for a little bit more downside. I just put a in the money stop on the Qs here, guys. 438.30. I do think that we can retrace. I have a QQQ neckline here. We are trying to bounce. Qs are trying to bounce. Again, so in the money stop on the Qs, 438.30, locking in at least 26 cents. Won't be that big of a gain, but at least it will still be a gain. AMD, I still expect AMD to retest based off of the first pullback intraday that we got here. I still expect AMD to retest this 187.85 zone. That's your first fib level. That's where it seems to be finding a great deal of support. We're still seeing NVIDIA sell off, Microsoft curling down, Meta curling down, Amazon curling down, Apple trying to push up, Tesla curling down. Airbnb getting new wings. DWAC fully reversal tomorrow. DWAC ready to go. Let's take a look at DWAC. DWAC. Yeah, it's putting in a pretty sharp reversal there, DWAC. No true bottoming tails on the 4-hour or hourly chart. You do have one on the 10, which is pretty decent. So you do have a 10 and 20-minute bottoming tail. You can definitely use that to trade against you. I mean, obviously it's risky swinging anything on this name. But I mean, the positive for DWAC is you've still inside of this impulse green candle high. And you're really consolidating, other than this pullback, this initial shakeout, you're still really consolidating in the upper range of this breakout candle. So if you take your gap up, throw your fib across, you know, you had a dip to your 618, pierce that today. But really, most of the consolidation has been in the upper 50% range of these two breakout candles. So, I mean, this one could absolutely go. You're holding above that previous gap down bar. Actually, you're below it. Sorry, you are below it. I would like to see DWAC get above this 41.73. This is your previous supply gap. Or sorry, 43.73. If you can get above that, then I think this name will squeeze. I do. So I'm just playing a little bit more cautious. But I mean, hey, Nareesh has been pretty spot on with some of these calls as well. So, all right, AMD, we're in the money. Qs, we're in the money. I'm moving my stop down on the Qs. I'm now moving it to 438.20, letting AMD ride. Let's play fucking ball. Come on, baby. Give us an afternoon fall here just to really bump our accounts up. Again, this is our, these are our 14th and 15th trade. So we're looking to close potentially 14 wins today, 1 loss. Come on, baby. Let's go. Let's go. Thanks, Kahu. Yeah, it's been a fantastic stream. You know, if you were here for the morning session, you absolutely crushed it with us. We crushed it. You know, right off the gates within the first 10 minutes, we closed 2 massive wins, one on coin, one on the Qs. So, and throughout the rest of the day, we've just been absolutely pounding, you know, a lot of these trades, just making win after win after win. So all here on the live stream for free. Please show your support and just give this video a like. Try to share it if you can. But it's always beautiful when we can provide opportunities to our viewers for free. And I've been with you here just trying to give you education when I can, share my insights, because the end of the day, you know, trading is a tough business. Q's right back up. So the Q's just hit my stop there, guys. The Q's did just hit my stop. So a small gain. You know, nothing crazy to think about there. 36-cent gain per share. You know, that can buy me, I don't know, a couple Starbucks drinks. Still holding AMD short. Still holding AMD short. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, I think there's a strong chance that, yeah, you're right. It could probably close above 43. We'll see though. It's gonna try to make an attempt here. It really depends on what the markets, I think, do. That would be a big push on DWAC. But yeah, it's looking like it wants to push higher here, DWAC. So you have Microsoft pushing back up, Tesla curling down, NVDA curling down, Amazon curling down, Meta trying to push up, Bitcoin trying to push up, Google curling down, Apple kind of just meandering sideways, SPY curling down, Qs are curling, oil's fallen. Narish says he always throws that Beyond Meat in here, that fake meat. No, I'm just kidding. He says he always throws that good meat. It's true. It's true. Narish does throw some pretty good calls out there. Melly pick? Did you message that one? I might have been away in the chat, but Melly? I don't recall. I haven't looked at that ticker in quite a long time. Ricardo Libre. Yeah, nice higher high, higher low pattern. Big technical breakout of this inverted head and shoulders. Let's just see this initial upside target, which was there. So if I do the measured move of this pattern, we'll see if there's still some more upside in the juice. Yeah, there should be some more upside. It takes you kind of into that double top scenario. We almost got close, but then you can see that Mealy is hitting this resistance. Tried breaking out and has failed, so it likely means that you probably want to retrace to the bottom of the wedge pattern. You know, once this pattern tried consolidating and breaking out and it got rejected, it probably means you want to retest to the lower boundary range there. I'd buy it there, 1350, around 1350. I mean, it always could push up even more if the markets remain strong and keep grinding. We are seeing the indices is trying to push up simultaneously. The dollar is also catching a little bit of a bid here off of the lows. So I think if the dollar clears this pivots, you're going to see the Qs, SPY, Russell under more pressure. I do think that you will run into some near-term pressure.
I mean, talk about VIP access, Val. I mean, we got Matsu over there rocking his PFP. I mean, right now that's happening even without any kind of code behind it, right? people see that Mozzie's rocking frog, all of a sudden like, oh yeah, he should come to my mini space and talk whenever he wants because he's got a frog. I can't tell you how often that happens in space. But like NFTs and orders, they're not the same. That's the main thing behind it all, right? Like we're talking about, a piece of art that's literally living on the blockchain. Like a lot of people.
Anyone in OPK? I'm thinking of adding 5,000 shares. Let's take a look at OPK. OPK.
Some people do onto the blockchain. It's crazy. It's there. Like you can't take it away. That's why I think it's permanent, and it's permanence. Like have good art.
Has anyone seen any companies listed that builds bunkers? Like you're talking about nuclear bunkers?
Usually takes off because they're first, and people just want to get into it, right? And you got stuff like the MFers where there's just ridiculous.
I've never traded this ticker, Naresh. OPK. OPK. You're thinking of going 5,000 shares long. I mean, technically speaking, you're putting in a weekly bear flag, daily bear flag. You know, it's not looking like a healthy pattern to me. Do you have some insider info you want to share with us? Yeah, I'd be careful of this chart, Naresh. I don't know. I don't really like this setup. I think your other ones are much, much better. You know, all I'm seeing here is this potential monthly head and shoulders. Big breakdown in the Qs. What I'm seeing here is this monthly head and shoulders pattern, Naresh. Do you see that? I mean, you can even say it's from there. I mean, there is heavy volume in this range. Let's throw up a fib retrace from this high to low. Yeah, it's not really my setup. No, I do agree. I like DWAC. I think your other mention SC. I just got to play devil's advocate because I'm just reading the chart here. I mean, is it just me or does this OPKO look like a weekly bear flag? To me, it looks like a bearish wedge or a bear flag, you know, depending on how you draw it. If you draw like this, it's a little bit of a bearish wedge. So I just don't see bullish price action. You're making lower lows, lower highs, lower lows. You have triggered a bearish monthly pattern. You know, it's just not looking like a nice setup to me, personally speaking. I'm going to stay away from that one. You know, if you start getting outside of this range, breaking out of this wedge pattern range to the high side, then you could probably chase it all the way up to 139. That would be about a 30% move. But, you know, almost a penny. It's coming up into the dollar range. Whole number probably gets defended a little bit. The low here, you still have a gap fill sitting at 88. So I don't know. I don't really like this setup in my opinion. Could be a buyout target. Look up CDLX. Okay, buyout target might be a little different. Let's look at CDLX. I like buyout targets. That's my favorite. Qs are weakening here, waning in price action. All right, CDLX. Yeah, this chart is better. You're starting to get above the short-term moving averages. This one's definitely looking a little bit better. I think once you clear this EMA 113, it's kept you, you got your bearish gap down here, came up, just missed it, sold off, came up here, kissed it, sold off, created a higher low. Now you're tapping that EMA again. I think that if you put in a little bit more consolidation here on the daily, you're going to blast through this EMA and challenge this gap fill. So that one I do like. I could see this one moving up. You know, your stop loss on the trade, larger term time frame, there could be a weekly head and shoulders forming, left shoulder, head, right shoulder, but it hasn't broken the neckline. So I guess that neckline's your stop loss, but it does look like it wants to trend higher. Big dump on the Qs coming in here, guys. Big dump on the Qs. Let's just jump back into the swing of things. We still have an hour and 45 minutes, so we get a nice flush. We can go long. If we do get a nice flush, we can go long. But that's a nice technical breakdown from that high pivot zone. I like a potential long trade. I think, you know, just to keep in mind, Qs went negative off this dip. There's still time to go negative. It would be quite an epic reversal. You know, big sell off from the gap up, huge bounce, lower high. Note the lower high. You know, you're losing pre-market high as well. But there will be a lot of support in this range again. There's a shot that you know, you have some retrace to the neckline down here. But we'll see if we can catch a long trade if the indices sell. I would not mind a little bit of a bounce into the end of the session. Dollar got a big spike there, which is why the indices were pushed down. So if you just simply look at the DXY, remember how I said if you break above this pivot, you're going to sell off? Well, we broke above that pivot, big sell off. So still a huge correlation, dollar up, indices down, dollar down, indices up. Big correlation. At some point, that correlation will break, and that's going to be a fascinating time to trade in the market. It really will be. But nice consolidation, almost a little intraday bull flag on the dollar. You know, typically a reversal of this magnitude where you sell off of the core PCE numbers and job loss claims, and then all of a sudden you get a huge red to green reversal. That typically shows a lot of strength in the DXY currency market. It's now approaching almost power hour, guys. We have an hour and 12 minutes left. We closed that QQQ short. So the only trade that we have left open is an AMD short, which has just been a monster all day. I mean, we did trade it successfully on this previous dip. We ended up this dip down here. We ended up making money nicely. Still looking for a bigger dip to occur in AMD. It's just been an absolute powerhouse stock at the moment.
I'm right alongside of you. Like, that's exactly where I was going with it. It's definitely up, I don't know. When we straight up honest, like, Val's way beyond me when it comes to art and, creating. That's for sure. But what I do know is that Quantum did put out a video out with the review, so that's out right now.
Again, it is the end of the month, so there is the ability to see a rather large swing. There could be some final window dressing into the end of the month. You know, it is the final trading session in February, so there could be some wild swings still yet to come. Some funds might be under allocated in some positions and want to just load the boat to show on their monthly statement. Other funds may have some losers that they just want to dump, but there could be some pretty wild swings in the market here into the close. Dollar still looks poised to go a bit higher here.
Yeah, so, right? So, yeah. No, we're for the most part, except for some of our marketing and all, is going right into, that's the only place that we're spending money right now, right? Other than buying equipment.
You use the EMA 12? Yeah, I use the EMA 113. Snow will touch 193, 194 tomorrow. What's Snow currently trading at right now? Let's see. I know it had that gap down. 193, 194 tomorrow, eh? I think if you get that daily close above this zone here, remember you have your previous little breakout zone. If it closes above this zone, I think it remains a little bit more bullish. But if it closes below, then I think we're going to hit this gap fill. But as of now, yeah, Snow's got a lot of momentum. It's a household name. Many people love chasing it. You know, obviously it's got a decent business model. I do believe in it. Actually, one of my good friends when I used to live in BC, he was part of the original startup of this company, and he made a boatload off of this company. He made a boatload. Snowflake is one of the founders, startups. That's how our goals are, aligned with each other. Your goal is lined up with our goal. I'm not making money just like you're not making money. All right, Q's coming in again, guys. Q's coming in. Remember, we're going to look for that XLK monthly close. That's probably going to be the most important market signal today. I don't know if everyone is here in the stream, but basically XLK needs to stay above 206.15. This is a monthly chart close. So basically, if you get a monthly chart close on XLK above 206.15, you've confirmed a monthly breakout out of, what is this trend line? A 24-year trend line. You will confirm a monthly breakout of a 24-year trend line on XLK if you get that monthly close above 206.15, above this high pivot. So I'm watching this closely. That's probably the most fascinating thing on watch for myself, because I'm very, very interested to see if we can actually get that monthly breakout. Now, just because something breaks out on the monthly chart doesn't mean you full port tech, go long, go long, go long. But if you don't know how to trade breakouts, I would definitely encourage finding someone that does know how to trade breakouts, because if we get that confirmed breakout, it could mean significantly more upside for tech over the next, say, 12 to 36 months, because that is a monthly candle formation. But within the first 12 months, you can certainly still have a pullback. So it's important to learn and realize that you shouldn't just chase breakouts for the sake of a stock breaking out. There has to be other measures and other factors as to why you're entering the trade. But it's going to be interesting to see if tech holds there. I mean, right now it is 4 cents above it, right? So technically, if the Qs start selling off to this 437 zone, it's not going to close above it. Dollar, holy shit! Look at this Dixie, guys. Look at this Dixie, ripping into the end of the day. Big sell-off, huge rally. Watch out, indices. Watch out. We're going for the high of day. We're going for a new high of day. The dollar wants to rip and rally. Wow. What a monster. Qs are trying to push back up here. Nice job. Nice job, Ram. 55% on your $60 KBH call. That's a banger. That is a banger. All right, Q's moving up. Dollar coming down. Still that inverse relationship is being observed. What else do we have here? Thanks, Ram. Appreciate it. What are the indices going to do? Well, I mean, right now, they're still holding positive gains, right? The dollar is back above 104. That's the critical tightening range for emerging markets. So a large portion of the S&P 500 earnings come from emerging markets, roughly 40%. So if the dollar is exporting inflation to all other economies at this point, which that's what signifies the dollar being above 104, it certainly puts a little bit of a headwind on the market. You can see that the Qs are trying to push back up again. But I mean, this sell-off, remember this sell-off that we happened intraday here didn't really happen on the dollar surging. So indices right now are kind of shrugging it off, but it can only shrug off the dollar move for so long. Obviously, the dollar isn't even at the high of the range anymore. You can clearly see that the dollar pulled back off of that CPI pop and has pulled back into the daily 200 and the EMA 113, still holding this bullish breakout. So I still remain bullish on the dollar until proven otherwise. But in theory, they should react poorly if the dollar keeps trending. Used to be dollar up, gold down. Now partners in crime working against the market. Yeah, so that's a good point there, Michael. That's a really good point. So we are seeing the dollar up today, up 0.23%, and gold up about 0.5%, and silver up about 1%. So what is that telling us? When something starts breaking a correlation, a high degree correlation, which typically when dollar goes up, gold does go down. But when something starts breaking a correlation and you start seeing accumulation in the dollar and gold, that's a little bit of a signal that the market is maybe sensing some sort of a fear-based event, maybe some sort of political instability, maybe something in Europe, maybe something in Asia, but one day doesn't make a trend, but there's just little nuances that we have to kind of speculate around.
diligence. Jump into the Discord, talk to people. These spaces are just the tip of the iceberg. Action, you got any comments?
Man, I'm just excited to be part of this thing like I've seen before, man. Like it's a once in a lifetime opportunity. Like we're talking about the having of all happenings happening in this 30 days, and this is an opportunity that personally I should pass up on. And it's one of those things. Am I getting a paycheck? No, but it's still so.
Beautiful.
Toki, are you
So
able to
SPY Qs are pushing right back up.
I actually just completed it right now. So our winner, the number one, is Shiba420.e. Yes!
Look at the big dollar collapse there. QQQ spike. Nat gas is still bleeding a little bit lower here. You have Google, Microsoft, Apple, Meta, NVDA all curling up. QQQ pushing up as the dollar pushes down. So still a heavy correlation. Heavy correlation. Pretty decent decline in the Dixie there. NVIDIA pumping up almost near 795. Tesla's getting a nice squeeze. Looks like they're trying to pump things up on power hour here. Does appear they're trying to pump things up. The question is it too soon? Is the pump too soon? So we're also seeing AMD taking a little bit of a breather again. So we've kind of seen AMD late in the session here diverged a bit from the Qs. Notice the Qs pushed up, AMD sold off. So when the leaders start seeing a little bit of signs of profit taking, maybe that is telling us that, okay, Qs might be under a little bit of pressure, but you do have other performance, the likes of Tesla, Google curling up. NVIDIA semis are starting to curl down, Apple pushing up, Meta trying to hold firm and push up. Dixie's also catching another little bid off of the lows. AMD hitting some support there and bouncing. Qs are really struggling at this zone. This is your pre-market high level. So Qs are struggling at this zone. It is pre-market high. All right, we're now back in the money on our AMD short. Not too much action here. Things are just in a sideways range on the Qs. If we go to the 10-minute chart, still just consolidating. Looks like the distribution range. We are seeing the leader of the day, AMD, diverging and breaking down a little bit. NVIDIA is also breaking down a little bit. All right, so NVIDIA's been curling down here into the session, still holding up positively, up 2.11%. Meta pushing, Google pushing higher, Microsoft pushing higher, Apple also pushing higher here on the charts. Let's take a look at that XLK again. That one is still technically above that 206.15 range. Again, the one thing that XLK is skewed by is Microsoft. It has, I think it's a 20% weighting or just over 20% weighting in the XLK ETF. So obviously if Microsoft's pushing, it's going to push XLK higher. Now, if you look at Microsoft's chart, a lot of weird price action on Microsoft. A lot of big volatile moves up, down, all the way around. What does that mean? That means either looks like we're in a distributive range. This doesn't appear to be nice consolidation to me. It does appear to be more distributive. People unloading rather large amounts of shares. NVIDIA pushing down. We are seeing the Qs just still stuck under pre-market high. Really just stuck. You are seeing Google, Meta, Amazon all curling down. Bitcoin curling up. So nice little move down on the Qs there. Still finding resistance at that pre-market high into the final 47 minutes of trading. What's your predictions? Is XLK going to get that monthly close and breakout? Or is it going to get rejected? Time will tell. It's going to be interesting. It's amazing how they really take it down to the wire. A little bit of a sell-off there with a bounce. They're still just keeping it in a range, very tight range. Dixie is trying to move up just a little bit here. The DXY is trying to move up. Bitcoin back above 62,000 or 61.9. So it's had a nice bounce, about a $2,000 bounce from the low 60s back to about 62. So still showing pretty decent resiliency. Final 45 minutes of trading. Qs again, just stuck in a range, right at pre-market high. This zone. Are we going to get a big move? In which direction? Something's brewing. Something's building. Snow moving out of the tighter range. Let's pull up Snowflake here. Yeah, it is. It's pushing for the highs. Nice close. That's a strong close on Snowflake if it holds. You know, even if it gets a close above that, then yeah, it's going to probably retest. I think Narish had, what, 193, 195 in around that range. So it's looking poised to maybe continue higher here, for sure. See the Dixie. Yeah, tonight AMD is a monster. That upgrade is proving to be a beast. Just creating higher highs, higher highs, higher highs. You know, still just chopping in this channel from the highs to the lows, from lows, lows, highs, highs, lows, highs. So still just range bound in this channel, but it is still strong, very, very strong, outperforming everything. It's even outperforming SMCI, which is pretty incredible. Bitcoin back above 62. You have Apple curling down, Microsoft pushing up, Google pushing up, NVDA trying to push up, Amazon pushing up, AMD at the highs of the session. QQQ also trying to catch a little bit of a bid, still stuck in this pre-market high range. And again, why is it struggling? Actually, that's the AMD chart. This little trend line that we've been struggling at all day. You can see it here, 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 here. We're back into that trend line. Why are we struggling at that trend line? Well, if I zoom out and take you all the way back down, I did this in the earlier stream. I can actually go to the weekly chart. But that little resistance point that we're hitting is a trend line that goes all the way back to your COVID low in March of 2020. So we're talking about over 4 years, just under 4 years actually. Hits this pivot high in the 22nd, and that's what we're trading into right now on the intraday chart. It's a big level. That's the trend line that goes all the way back to your COVID low. So that's why we've been struggling here on multiple occasions throughout the day. Multiple occasions. Qs are pushing now above that zone. XLK at the moment is getting that huge breakout. Final 35 minutes in trading. So definitely relative strength in the S&P and the SPY today, being the fact that when you compare, say, the Qs here to the IWM, so small caps were outperforming everything today up until the sell-off, right? You look at the big relative strength difference, IWM sell-off, boom, still consolidating in like the lower 25% range. QQQ sell-off, now consolidating in the upper 75% range. So big bounce in tech, S&P 500, weak bounce in small caps. AMD still flying here. QQQ still moving higher. Trying to break out of a little inverted head and shoulders pattern again. Pretty monster move. Whoa, big push in all these mega cap stocks, guys. Massive moves. My exit strategy is I'm comfortable holding it overnight. Today, I don't know if you caught the first half of the stream. It's common sense, but we're rolling in profits here. This is AMD was our 14th trade. We've took 12 winners today, and this is likely going to be our second loss if I were to close it. So we have 12 wins, 1 loss. I'm just playing in profits here. So, I mean, really, it's I'm okay holding this overnight. With proper position management and risk, you can weather pretty much any storm, especially if you've made a lot of money during the day. Is there ability that AMD goes another 10% higher? Sure it can. You've got a daily chart breakout here, but we'll see if it holds it. It's kind of month end, almost window dressing. Even the Qs here, you can see almost created a little inverted head and shoulders. On the 3-minute chart, this suggests new all-time highs incoming. I mean, we get this breakout of this, And yeah, it suggests new all-time highs pretty much on the Qs, roughly 442. We'll see if that happens. But things are squeezing today, higher and higher. Final 28 minutes, we have had the indices make a really large push to the upside. My exit strategy is looking for a move down to 188.65 on AMD. Do we get that? Well, we'll find out. You know, we traded this once before. It was going against us. Whoops, that's the 1 second chart. Hard reversal in Google. Amazon hitting resistance at 175.40. Microsoft coming in. Apple coming in. Tesla, NVDA still holding up. AMD still holding up.
They were included a long time ago. They should be stripped. Yeah, they're definitely stripped because their market cap is way below the. But no, I don't know that they are.
So you have the SPY pushing up here. Qs are kind of lagging, but Microsoft's still strong. NVIDIA, Tesla, everything's trying to curl back up again. So that's going to help the Qs. We'll see if we can break out of this zone.
taken out. Alaska Air, Zion, Newell Brands NWL, Lincoln National. Oh, actually, wait.
Okay, I'll wait.
Waiting. Oh, never mind. Okay, so NWL and LNG are automatically being taken out because they're under the market cap.
Market cap threshold.
So two are definitely going in. Zion,
Like deep? Or?
Zion, ALK, and PIC are the most possible. So you at least have two of them change up. Oh no. Yeah, so NWL, PIC, and LNC are being taken out. No, I'm sorry, I'm rating it out. Those three are definitely being taken out, so you have three going in. It's just which three. There could be a couple more, but those are definitely three that are being taken out tomorrow in that news. In that, what's it called? All being put in. Yeah. I think it's too early.
All right, so we are seeing again the QQQ just trying to break out of this little neckline. Tried once here, got heavily rejected on volume, but it is looking like it wants to push through that area right now. You know, this upside pattern could take you all the way to 442.52, but again, these inverse head and shoulders at the all-time highs or highs of the charts are a little less likely to play out. We will see if it comes into fruition. I am seeing Microsoft curling down here. Same thing with Google, Meta.
Yeah, SMCI won't make it. They can't make it off of that shit right now.
I'm saying that's what I was saying. I need to research more of those. I was just kind of brainstorming through my head.
Like, I really don't know what to go. I really don't.
So I got some homework to do.
All right, does look like the Qs are going to break out of here. You know, you are seeing NVIDIA semis pushing up some more. Dollar curling down again. Dollar has sold off over the last 50 minutes.
Come on, let's go. Please.
So big technical breakout on the Qs here. AMD still squeezing. Apple, Microsoft, NVIDIA all curling up. Meta curling down though. A little bit of weakness in Meta. Everything is trying to curl up, but Meta's curling down. Maybe it'll firm up as well.
says that 439 on QQQ.
Big push in the indices here late into the close. A big push. So we have the final 18 minutes of trading session, and the Qs are appearing to break out here and push higher.
Also, this one at Frankfurt 39, final boss on Qs.
I remember.
All I remember is saying that we're going to have
NVIDIA new high,
Yes.
not of the day. Sorry, yeah, actually new high of the day.
We're close.
you know,
We're right there.
We're pennies.
them would take
ES is like a point away.
Fed Nestor says 3 straight rate cuts in 2024 seems right. That's good.
that's like half what they're.
So we just had Fed Mester say they're expecting 3 straight rate cuts in 2024. It seems right. So 3 straight rate cuts is not what the market was expecting. The market was expecting 7 in January and then 4 basically a few moments ago. And he's coming out saying we're only going to get 3.
Look at that 439.
We'll see how the market reacts to that, but a little bit of sell side pressure in the Qs right off of that announcement.
Maybe it doesn't work. Happy leap year.
Happy leap year. I think this is the only day where Scotland, the girl, off and bad. What do they call that? I don't know. It's called.
Wait, that's a thing?
Yeah. Yeah. I just learned about it today.
Only on leap years?
Only on leap days.
That's interesting. I don't know if you got something there.
Would suck if your birthday was today.
I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure Kiki's birthday is today.
Now we go on. Good birthday. He was
I
counting.
was joking. I was saying PB because everybody always says that he's been whatever age for however long. And I'm like, yeah, his birthday's not leap year. And he only age ones every 4 years.
Isn't he like 21 now?
No, I think he's like 16.
He's been 16 for a few years, it seems like.
Hence the leap year.
Finally 17.
Oh shit.
Snow sell off before close. Interesting. Let's take a look at snow. And then returning to upper levels of VWAP. Yeah, that was a decent sized sell off. So not what you really want to see on snow. Still technically though above this trend line here on the daily chart. This upsloping trend line which goes way back. So you're still technically okay. But yeah, definitely a decent sized sell off there into the close. That's the problem with trading these stocks that gap down in earnings. You know, some funds just have to unload regardless of whether they think it's going up or down because it's breached their volatility range and they have to stick to some rules. So a lot of quant funds forced to sell if they've been holding this name, whether they want to or not.
Before the election in December.
But things are still remaining firm here in the Qs and the S&P. Still a big move into the end of the day. cold to check it out? I'll check cold out. What are you thinking of going long KOLD? So short nat gas, levered? Yeah, you know, I mean, this one could argue you're going to retest this gap fill, which implies nat gas has a little more downside. That's certainly not out of the realm of possibilities.
Come on, baby. Let's go. Off to the race. 5100 at the month. To us.
Yeah, nat gas isn't an easy trade. It's been a lot of choppiness, sloppiness. You know, you're still above that 186.70 level that I've been eyeing up. You dipped below it today and then got saved by the bell, saved by the bulls. So still holding okay. AMD still pushing here, squeezing on volume. So we just have a half position short in AMD. I am going to add to the position if we keep squeezing here. All right, guys, I just added to AMD 192.80, 192.80. Third entry brings a short up, and this one's I'm going to hold overnight. My average now is 191.20, so we are out of the money, unfortunately. But again, we've out of the 14 trades today, we've closed 12 winners, 1 loss, and this one we haven't closed yet, so it's not an official loss. But technically speaking, it's a day trade that we haven't won today, so it is technically a loss. And we have one more entry, which would be roughly around this 193.40 zone. But other than that, you know, I'm comfortable holding this overnight. Proper risk management. But it's been a really fantastic day for us. We've closed several winners. A lot of you were able to catch many of the morning trades with us, so congrats if you were. We're into the final 10 minutes here of the close. It is looking like the XLK is getting that big technical breakout. Still have Apple negative on the session, weakening from the market, actually coming down right now, Apple. And then you also have Tesla negative. So again, it seems like semis are eating Apple's lunch yet again. That's been the tail of the tape. What's your target? AMD going to touch 195 by, what's BOFA? Is that Bank of America or Bank of, no. What is BOFA? Sorry, Frizz. Big squeeze. Whoa, look at the pump in Microsoft. Holy, end of the day window dressing is unfolding, guys. Notice how AMD is not participating there, but wow, look at these monster moves. End of the day. Whoa. Even Apple. Holy. What a monster. You know, is it too early? Did they do it too early? There's still 10 minutes left. That's a pretty big move to occur. Monster moves in the Qs and other names here. What a rip. Jeez. But that's your end of the month. That's what you typically get is some window dressing, some funds that haven't been long, some stocks wanting to add and increase their exposure to show their monthly statements that, hey, we've actually been super long Microsoft or super long NVIDIA or super long Amazon. So, you know, we'll see if it holds. Typically, you only see this move in the last like 2 or 3 minutes, so it's a little bit early. It's a little bit early, which makes me a little suspect. But nevertheless, Qs are pushing here, ripping. So huge volume there coming into play. Massive volume.
On SPX. Video back to 800.
Google's at the highs, Meta at the highs, Microsoft at the highs, NVDA at the highs, Amazon at the highs.
4 billion MOCs to buy. Jeez, that price.
Small caps did not participate in that rally, so once again, it's purely just a Magnificent 7 pump. Boom. You know, some other names have participated on an individual basis, but the broad liquidity flowed into the same Magnificent 7. And then look at this. I mean, you know, just what goes up. Take a look at Apple. It just shows you the wow. What a reversal, you know. Big pump. Microsoft now coming in. I think Microsoft's still the more important name to follow. What I'm seeing here on Microsoft is you're still getting rejected at this little upsloping trend line. Pivot to pivot. So technically you've still triggered a head and shoulders on the hourly chart. All you've done is now a beautiful picture perfect retrace to the neckline. Massive dump on Apple though. That's very interesting. We'll see if we get and again, I said, is it too early? You know, some names are just getting faded into. Microsoft and Apple being the two big ones. AMD also. NVIDIA holding firm. Google, Meta, Amazon, Tesla holding up. But the two big heavyweights, Apple and Microsoft, are getting faded into this. Same thing with AMD. We'll see if Apple firms up. Let's see if Microsoft ends with a little bit of a topping tail. Stays under that resistance, but huge move. What a pump. What a pump there. Let's look at the Qs, because the Qs are still net trying to break out of this high of day range. All right, so Microsoft's getting pushed back up. Meta, new high. Google still at the highs. NVIDIA, Tesla still at the highs. So now they're starting to pump everything. Apple's still lagging though. Apple's looking for new lows. Can you believe that? Almost down 1% now when the Qs are up 0.93. That's a huge divergence. That is a huge divergence from Apple. Buy the dippers are strong. That's the magic wand that they wave, window dressing the markets into the end of the month, trying to, you know, calm investor sentiment. I mean, it's crazy how so much liquidity can just pour into the last few minutes of the market, right? And I did say, you know, expect a little bit of window dressing to occur. Now you have Apple pushing right back up. I mean, just insane volatility. Do you know how much money is just moving in and out of these companies in a matter of minutes? You know, you look at Apple's 1 minute chart, up, down, up, like billions, hundreds of billions. Still ripping though on the Qs. Absolute face ripping rally here. SPY's at 509. Sorry, Bank of America. Thank you, guys. Thank you. I thought it was Bank of America. So what a move in the Qs there, guys. What a move in the Qs. Everything got a broad participation rally. Sets up an interesting week tomorrow. Obviously, we got the monthly candle close today. Tomorrow's got the weekly candle close. So very interesting price action here. But a massive rally here into the end of the close. 4 minutes left. We'll see if it can stick and hold most of these gains. It is appearing that it wants to. Look at these sticks on Amazon, Google, Meta. Wow. SPY. Impressive. Certainly impressive.
Keep going. Come on. Keep going. Rip my face off.
I'm done.
I'm fired up.
5100 on a re-entry would have got 60 to 400 stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely a huge imbalance on the buy side. I think it was what, 4 billion to the buy side. Yeah, it's been a great trading session, Michael. It really has. You know, we caught most of our profits early on. We didn't really trade too much in the afternoon other than this AMD, which I'm holding overnight. But definitely it's been a really, really good day for us. So I just want to thank everyone for tuning into the stream today. We'll take it into the final 3 minutes of the close, but so far our track record on the day, 12 of 14 winning trades. Pretty good track record, guys. Thanks, Briston. Thanks, Michael. Interesting to see NVDA getting sold into just a little bit here. So NVIDIA did get sold into there, kind of hitting that double top resistance. So big move down on NVIDIA there into the end of the session. Really hasn't impacted the Qs much because you still have Meta, Amazon, Google, Microsoft, and Apple all firming up. You did bank on Mara, 2670. Nice job. Nice job. Let's take a look at that Mara chart. I know we traded it earlier as well. So again, monster move into the close, but then you have NVIDIA almost losing that whole pop-up. Apple saw some pretty wacky price action. Microsoft, Google, Amazon, Meta all still holding firm. You know, you're seeing the Q sell off just a little bit. NVIDIA selling off quite substantially. I mean, just to think about how big of a push that was. Almost a 0.83 push, $6.50, and then to sell off in reverse, you know, such wild price. Look at NVIDIA. Wow. All right, guys, final few seconds here. Look at the dump on NVIDIA. Whoa. Whoa. Did you see that? Whoa. 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 Big wick. Holy. Did anybody see that? Holy. What a dump and then thing. That's insane. That's insane. Yeah, there is low volume on the SPY, which is why we're seeing these crazy moves. But did you see that move from a high to low? Down $11 and then phew, instant wick up? Like, Jesus, Murphy. And the Qs did not break out there into the end of the close. They actually got rejected with a 10-minute topping tail and heavy volume. They did not break out above the high pivot on Thursday. So we'll see if that shapes up for tomorrow, a little bit of weakness. I'm holding AMD overnight, but it's been a pretty fantastic trade for us here, guys. So again, thank you all for tuning in to the live stream. My average on AMD is sitting at 191.20. We have one more ad entry if need be. Thank you all for tuning in. Thank you for the new membership, and see you all tomorrow on the live stream. Take care, everybody. Good luck on earnings if you're playing.